Alright. Hello. Bad things happened. Scheisse. Why the heck was it not capturing the audio? That doesn't make any dang sense. Simon, you still here? I have to freaking restart this crap. That sucks. Fine. No, wait, I clicked no. Man, no. I wanted. No, go back, go back, go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. Why did the audio not capture? Why? It was right there, man. Like I had it. It was right there. It was right there. It was supposed to be on. It was like making noise and everything. And it was nothing. Nothing going on. That sucks. Anywho, hello. You know what? Fine. I wanted to practice parrying anyway. I literally just went through this whole thing, and I couldn't figure out how to parry.
Let's begin with a quick warm-up, shall we? Check the Soliton radar on the upper right and head to the point marked on the display. You can jump over obstacles, but the ninja run will get you across them more quickly and easily.
I wonder if I can do that thing. Let me see if I can figure out something. There's supposed to be something right here that I can mess with. Why is it not letting me? Oh. Whatever, it's fine. It's a little weird. It's a little weird going through this shit.
You can also attack while in motion with the ninja run, you know. Swinging your blade while dashing, for example, or striking your foes with a sliding attack.
Yes. We're going in. We're giving the slide. We're giving the blimp. Oh, how did I miss? Anyway, stop missing. Stop missing. Oh, I wasn't close enough. Sage. Dude, it sucks. That sucks, man. Like, the game audio was supposed to have been freaking capturing the whole time.
Let's run a basic battle diagnostic.
It was on, it was making noise, it was supposed to have worked.
String light and strong hits together to perform combination attacks.
I had everything set up. That really damaged my mood.
Combat is not all offense, however. You also need to protect yourself. First, follow the direction of the enemy's attack. Parry those attacks by executing light attacks of your own in the same direction. This is how you parry. It is the keystone of your defense.
Ow. Hey Simon, you want me to ban you? Again? Do I gotta ban you? Do I have to get you to play this game and figure out how to freaking parry? How do you parry? I do not know how to parry. I don't know how to parry. Oh. Oh. What? Oh, I'm not supposed to be in the sword mode.
Draw foes in as
I thought I was
close as
supposed to be in the sword
and
mode.
parry their blows to leave them exposed to counterattack. From your
You played
perspective,
Jedi
it would
Fallen
appear
Order on
as if the
PC.
enemy
Nah,
is
this is
frozen
different,
in
dude.
time, or at least moving very slowly. This is the perfect opportunity for you to carefully aim your strike, then slice your foe apart. Keep in mind, even you will not be able to parry every type of attack. Watch your foe's movements carefully.
Do it. Whoa. Yeah. What's the matter? Come on. Do it again. Do it again. Oh, it was so close. Why are you running? Yeah! We learned to parry, baby!
Years. We've come so far in just 3 short years.
What do you mean an entire stream? It's been 7 minutes.
No. The will of a strong people. And one very able advisor.
Thank you, sir.
Your team deserves credit as well, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
The long lost forgotten stream. You mean the 20-minute one?
I must admit, I once thought of groups like yours as opportunists, enablers of war. But you've trained our new army well. Order has returned sooner than expected. Perhaps I was wrong about these private
I was not
military
streaming for over an
companies.
hour. What are you talking about?
We prefer private security providers, sir. Most of Maverick's contracts do focus on security.
Nah.
Yes, well, the security can mean many things.
There's a saying I like. One sword keeps another in the sheath. Sometimes the threat of violence alone is a deterrent. Sometimes by taking a life, others can be preserved. It's the code the samurai lived by.
A soldier and a philosopher. You are full of surprises, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
I could say the same about you, Mr. Prime Minister.
What is happening?
Someone's blocking the lead vehicle. Hold on.
Clear the road! This is official state business!
Is the dude with the rivers of blood, bro? He got that cheese sword from Elden Ring.
Clear the road! We're authorized to use force.
Cheeked up dude, so true, man. He got them thighs. He even cut the fucking gun in half, dude. Sheesh. That smile. And that's where the trouble began.
Competitors?
Courtney,
That
what is happening?
smile.
We got hit, sir. A
That
cyborg.
damn smile.
XF comes up unaffiliated.
I'll notify all checkpoints. Get on money out of there.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Going
shit.
to die.
Stay calm.
Uh-oh.
He's got friends on our 12.
Raiden,
I'm on it. Guard the Prime Minister.
I love that stomp. One stomp this time. Bam. Two stomp this time. Bam. Time to do the rap. Behold! This sword that I got off of eBay for $10. I can't believe you can actually just do that. He just slices the air and those things go down. How do I do that move? I want to do that. Goes hard for $10. I have a sword that actually looks like that.
Raiden, you'll need to choose between light and heavy strikes to match the situation.
Oh, look at me go! I'm so fast!
Take self-repair units from your foes to replenish your own supply. Raiden, the limo is in trouble. Get back there, ASAP. I'll add the limo to your solid down radar.
Oh, you got guns? Oh, that's a shame. Oh, man. Oh. I guess I gotta focus on you guys. Yeah, back up, boy. Back up, boy.
It's on the other side of that barricade.
Bam! Right in the nuts. Skidoo. Ow! You know, that hurt. I don't appreciate it when people hurt me. Were you trying to hurt me too? Didn't you see what happened to the last guy who tried to do that? Oh no, it seems we have a monkey see monkey do problem. God damn. Giant chicken! I fully expect this thing to go. 4chan Reddit mod sounding voice acting. What are you talking about? No, they sound great. What do you mean? About me? What are you talking about? That has got to be the ugliest lesbian I've ever seen scissor someone. Shit did not sound normal. It's not supposed to.
Stop!
So you're Jack.
What do you want with the Prime Minister?
I want him dead.
I want him
Nothing
dead.
personal, of course. Africa's just getting a bit too peaceful.
What?
Business ain't been the same since they shut down SOP.
What is SOP?
A clean break from the war economy. Huh. Well, some of us like that economy. How's an honest warmonger supposed to make a living?
This is your answer?
Fucking
Don't do
his
it!
laugh with his straight ass face, dude.
Don't worry now. I won't.
Yeah.
Not while he's still useful.
What did he mean by that? Ugh.
So long.
Ugh. Ugh. Gross. Ah, shit. Giant robo cheeky. Well, I guess I was kind of hungry for a Happy Meal.
What? They have a metal gear? Cheer? Right. They got that you
Come on! I want my 10-piece chicken McNuggies. Whoa.
Use your danger run for the vital shot.
I thought he was gonna step on me.
They swapped out the hydraulic cutter for a plasma cannon. Use blade mode to damage its armor.
You got it! There's only one way to skin a chicken. You gotta clip off its wings. Speaking of wings, quit your flying! I'm hungry! Ah! Dodge all you like. I'm still getting what I paid for.
Use the ninja
Ow.
run to dodge that plasma.
Just so you know, I'm a big fan of an eye for an eye. You cook me, I'm gonna cook you! Oh! Well. Oh, shit! I'm not looking to get kicked, kissed, so please keep your pecs to yourself. I don't like getting pecked on the cheek by just anyone. No, 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 no. Yeah, they gotta go this way. Yeah, that's the one. I see your little turret. Whoa! That was a direct hit!
What? They have a metal gear? Gear?
Damn!
Take out that
That was a good shot.
Catch that missile before it blows!
Ah! Stop giving me taco-flavored kisses!
Use your ninja run to deflect those shots!
No!
Use blade mode to damage its armor.
Come on, baby, show me them chicken tenders! No. Almost got me again. Nice try. El Toro. Come on, baby. Daddy needs a new 10-piece chicken McNugget combo meal.
They swapped out the hydraulic cutter for a plasma cannon.
Better be careful, chicken.
Use the ninja run to dodge that
Every
plasma.
time a bird tries to go and flee the coop, there's always a chance you're gonna fall. Soon seems like a pretty good time to me.
Now, Raiden, bring it down. Stop that blade.
Whoa, shit! Do it again, come on. I beg you, hit me! Hit me! Yeah, that's the stuff! Come on! Woo! Let's see this chicken fly now! Right after I clip its wings.
Хорошо. Very good.
I love that song.
But do not rest
It's
easy
so
just
cool.
yet, huh? He's on the other side of that collapsed building. Go!
Yep. I kind of want to see if there's like anything here, but I don't think there is.
Careful, Raiden. Keep that up and the whole
Search.
building could collapse. Look for another way.
I don't know how many secrets these games have.
There, get him.
Hey, get back here!
Use your ninja van to move over obstacles automatically.
What? That guy took my birthday present! That was a very special
Not
gift
let him out of your sight.
from the president himself! No! I fell. How did I fall? What? How am I falling? See, what the... It's supposed to do it automatically, but why... Anyway. Ah, shit. You go and cut off a chicken's head and it still keeps on clucking. Looks like I'm gonna have to teach you another lesson, old man. I don't know if I can survive that. I don't know if I can live through that. Wow. How am I supposed to avoid that? Whoa, no! No!
Answer me! Right it!
Not another pecking order. How do I block? I can't block. They never taught me how to block.
It still works?
I don't even think I can dodge. Pretty sure dodging is an upgrade. Oh shit. Ah! How do I block? I don't know how to block. Whoa! Ah, come on. Oh boy.
Use blade mode to take down those heavy missiles.
Now, that sort of blocking is contextual. It was a quick time event. Pretty much. Like this. Can't keep picking if you get rid of the beak. Ah, shit, it's still there. Ah! Ah. Yeah! Damn it. Uh-oh. Ah! That should not have hit me. I should have kept moving. Whoa. Whoa. Nice try there, Daddy-O. Yes, by cutting explosives, you disable it. Of course. That's how that works. Ah!
Finish that bastard off!
Rules of nature! Woo! And here goes the other wing. Time to clip it off. Let's see you fly now. Wow. Wow. This game is goofy, isn't it great? Whoa! Whoa! Ah! That hit me. Whoa! Oh yeah. Who wants some chicken breasts? I think for once the goofy attack fits. That fucking smile. I love how he sounds like a fucking shipping container when he like jumps that fast. It's so cool, you know, his fucking feet just have lightning going behind him. That's so cool.
He's headed for the front of the train. After him. Right, an unidentified field roller is headed your way. Keep an eye out for it.
Prime Minister!
Well, he's fucked.
Too little too late, hero. I won't be needing my little shield here any longer.
Stop!
Oof.
What about all the good things war has done for us? Why don't we ever hear speeches about that? Jobs,
He did not.
technology, a common purpose?
Right. Forget me. Stop him.
You ain't listening.
Oh, was he supposed to listen? I thought he was talking to me. Oh, hey.
Mind if I got in?
Little bit. You know, I have a contract
you're
to
saying.
keep, and...
Give war a
shit,
chance.
here we go.
No.
Well, there goes my paycheck. You know, I don't appreciate when people keep my money away from me. Get in the middle of my pay cut. And you're the one who's gonna get cut.
Out of my way!
He's all yours, Sam. Let's go.
Alright, El Pollo Loco. Whew, he is fast. Ah, I'm not gonna be able to win this, am I?
Self-taught. And not half bad. Still. Your technique lacks something.
Yeah, your blood. Whoa. Whoa, shit. I wonder if there's a way of winning that.
You deny your weapon its purpose.
the blood of your enemies, but you hold it back. No. My sword is a tool of justice.
This guy really is El Pollo Loco. He's trying to get me to taste the fire. Is that a fucking gun? That's a gun sheath. Holy shit. Dude, that's so cool.
Shit, not again.
Not again, he says. What happened the last time?
Raiden, are you all right? You're almost clear of the tunnel. Just hang on.
Gotta try harder than that.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good, bro. I'm losing blood here. I don't...
Did you want to practice first?
A little bit. Ah. There it is. He's got receptionist nails.
This is what happens when you bring a tool to a sword fight. It's over.
Well, I did not see that coming.
Lucky devil.
Oh, hey. Took you long enough.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Yeah, little bit. Kind of misses the grab at first and then grabs it again.
Down you go! Flares!
He just has another one. Damn it. That was my good phone picking up arm too. Them glutes.
So far, so good. I've got a clean visual.
A direct feed to your optic now. Yes, I should hope so, huh?
I mean, how does it feel? To fly like a bird?
Like a bird strapped to a remote control rocket.
We will get you in safely, Tovarich. Just relax and enjoy the ride.
Right.
Can you hear me, Raiden?
Doctor.
Remember the 2 procedures to maintain your new body. 1. Seizing nano repair units from your foes. And 2.
Absorbing their electrolytes. I got it.
Yes, enemy cyborgs.
You could have
provide
given me a
plenty
fatter
of
ass.
The electrolytes once you slice them open and extract their fluids.
Oh my.
I was planning on that anyway.
Oh, and their left hands, if you please.
Excuse
They
me.
left.
The combat data stored on holographic memory, typically located in the left hand. That data is very valuable. I am authorized to offer you upgrades and services in exchange for it.
How generous.
I guess it's better than all the rights.
Had the ball come down a few
We
years
all know
ago,
how they're
I would have a
used.
Nobel Prize on my shelf.
There, I see land.
3 mics out, closing. No activity at the airbase. Looks like we don't need to worry about interceptors.
Great. Then we have time for a quick briefing.
I know you miss me, Kev, but I've been all over the materials.
That's what you said before Montenegro. Look, just humor me, buddy. Objectives, of course, are enter Abkhazia, neutralize the terrorists, and restore the rightful government, or what's left of it anyway. The president and most of the cabinet have been killed, and a military junta's been established.
What's a
the
junta?
terrorists brainjacked all the high-ranking officers, and their cyborgs scattered the rank and file. The few leaders who have survived have no way of openly opposing the new regime. That's why they called us.
Andrei Dolcev, leader of the occupation forces, an extremist linked to both the St. Petersburg massacre of 2015 and last year's terror spree in Georgia. And his arms supplier, none other than Desperado Enforcement, LLC.
Who are they?
Imani's killers.
If we don't stop
Who's
them,
Namani?
they could destabilize the entire region. But our more immediate problem is Jetstream Sam. I believe you've met.
The only problem I see is that nickname. I've got my enhancements this time. He won't be
All
an
right.
issue.
He may not even be in country, but keep an eye out.
The
Just
president. At least someone's paying attention. My brain.
Ready for
Bro,
insertion.
too soon, man. Come on. Keep an eye out, he says. Bro. Oh yeah, it's time to David Hasselhoff. This dude must be like walking super fast after that landing for all this water to be slowly dropping. He's fast as fuck, boy.
Raiden, you landed safely, huh? First, head inland. The waypoint is marked on your Soliton radar. Contact us on Codec if you have questions.
Cat! Die, kitty! Damn it! I can't kill the cat. Why? Die! Die! I will kill you! I will not kill him. God damn it. Fine. Alright, the codec. Customize. I saw some cool things in the customized thing. So like, everybody has their own freaking little doodad to do, and boasting an obviously unnatural job. Its battlefield potential is extremely limited. This one can heal whenever you do the grabby doodad. I don't know what this does. This one does the same thing as this one, but it's white. It might also... It also heals better, I guess? This one has grenades, and this one has freaking RPG launchers and SAM turrets. Alright, Jack. Gonna eat. I'll be back if you're still streaming, otherwise good luck and hopefully I'll see you soon. Okay. Bye-bye. And then this thing. High-frequency blade used by ex-Foxhound field agent Frank Yeager, aka Gray Fox, after he was outfitted in a cyborg ninja chassis by Dr. Clark. Gray Fox's soul still echoes throughout the blade. What? His soul echoes through the blade. Who is that guy? Who is he? I like the description of this sword. Its metallic structure strengthened by an alternating current. This blade resonates such that it weakens the particle bonds of whatever it cuts. It sounds so freaking cool. This effectiveness is further boosted in blade mode, which consumes energy but enables high-speed attacks. It's so cool, man. Here we have the aerial parry, where you can parry in midair. Here we got the freaking sidestep, which I really want. But why is this thing not, like, going away? You know what I mean? The little new sign is just still there. Anywho.
Raiden, you landed safely, da?
Da.
First, head inland. The waypoint is marked on your Soliton radar. Contact us on codec if you have questions.
Contact on codec if you have questions. Okay. So this is where we can go and re-listen to the dialogue.
I'm on the ground.
Copy, Raiden. Glad to hear it. Entering on foot was the right move.
I was kind of
craft isn't equipped
in the
with
middle of
stealth
something,
camo.
so I couldn't
Or
pay attention to
octo-camo,
the whole
obviously,
thing.
since that would be useless in midair.
And we wouldn't want to get your
What does
pricey
octo-camo
new
do?
jet
How's that
damaged,
work?
now would we?
Duh.
Damn.
The MQ-133C was not cheap, Tovarich. Now, keep alert. According to intel, you could find significant cyborg deployment here. If you were to be cornered by an entire squad, it might get difficult, even for you.
Understood.
I'm sure it'll
Some
be
fighting will
fine.
be necessary, though. I've got electrolytes to replenish.
This is not an infiltration mission. There is no need to hide or avoid combat outright, huh? Just do not get reckless. Stay safe and stay focused on your mission. There is always a chance the MQ was spotted before your drop-off. I would not be surprised if hostile cyborgs were already en route to your position.
A little welcoming party wouldn't be so bad. I could use a warm-up.
Enough with the attitude, Raiden. It's time to be serious.
No, I am serious.
This is no game. I need you to focus.
It's kind of a
Many
game.
people are counting on you, and I don't just mean here at Maverick.
You don't need to remind me of that.
Good. The last thing we need is another clever cowboy shipped back to us in pieces. On codec is fine.
Yeehaw.
Just be sure you are serious on the battlefield. Your enemies will be.
Yes, sir.
So I can just keep on doing this until I exhaust their dialogue.
Raiden, we
It's
are clear
kinda
on the
cool.
rules of engagement, yes?
I like
Clear
it a
enough.
lot.
I can use deadly force against any hostile elements. Hostile cyborgs, I can strike first.
Basically, yes. The actual rules of engagement is more specific. A long list of no's. But you have the idea.
You want to recap the highlights for me?
No weapons prohibited by international treaty. No use of force against non-combatants, especially officials or anyone with political power who may be needed for negotiations. No use of force against any unarmed hostile seeking to surrender. And no use of force against any non-cyborg combatants without prior verbal warning.
And that includes Dolzaev?
Duh, but this should not be a problem. Any non-cyborg is little threat to you, Dolzaev included. Besides, we have no signs of any non-cyborg hostiles anywhere in the area. Not even one. We think Dolzaev is working alone with Desperado here. In any case, there is the ROE. Otherwise, deadly force is authorized only in clear case of self-defense.
So basically, civilians off limits, human hostiles verbal warning, hostile cyborgs anything goes.
Yes, this is a conventional warfare scenario, so the rules are based on the Hague Convention.
Yeah, sounds
Big
pretty
convention.
standard. Still good to list out all the no-nos before things get too hairy. ROEs that only specify who you can engage require too much judgment. They make it harder to remain focused on battle.
Duh.
This is why most militaries' ROEs list negatives, not positives. The few that take the other approach, I pity their soldiers, the questions they face. No, and for our purposes, UGs are considered the same as hostile cyborgs.
Copy that.
We have no rules about property damage, but keep it minimal, yes? It just makes us look bad.
I don't know what UG stands for, but I assume it's just the military personnel here.
But there's no reason to damage civilian homes, or to go snooping around in them.
Goes without saying.
Well, I kind of want to snoop anyway.
You're familiar with your new body now, yes? Then let's begin the warm-up. Slash at something. A palm tree, perhaps.
A palm tree? Eh? I can do that? Whoa! Cool! Yo! It's so cool! I have no need to do this at all. Damn you and your cat-like reflexes! I'm getting parts from this. What are parts for? What is it? Man, I could just keep slicing. That's so cool. Oh my god, that's so fucking cool, dude. Dude, that's so awesome, bro. Look at that. It's following the freaking slices, the direction my slices are making. That's so cool. This is so awesome! Look at that shit! Holy shit, bro! Yo! That's so fucking stupid! But I love it! I love it so much! Yo! Oh my god. Oh, I love this. I need more games with this type of fucking shit. Look at it! Look at it go! Oh my god. I'm fucking split. Oh. Yo! Oh my god. What are all these parts for? Is it... Oh, is that like how many parts this one object I've... it's counting how many parts I'm making from these freaking objects. That's kinda cool. That's fucking dope. Wow. 5,107 parts.
You're familiar with your new body now, yes? Then let's begin slicing.
Okay, we've exhausted his dialogue.
Looks like a war zone out here.
The palace cleared out quick when Dolzayev's men showed up. The streets got pretty hot after that. We're definitely gonna see a few civilian casualties here. Luckily, it looks like most of them got out of the city before things got bad. They've basically got control of the entire town, and are using the refinery as their HQ.
And that's why we're hitting the plant.
Keep in mind, those cyborgs are contractors. For most of these guys, this is just a job. In theory, once you eliminate their commanding officer, they should scatter pretty quickly.
Kev, let's go over everything we have on Desperado.
Roger that. Let's see here. Desperado Enforcement, LLC. Registered in the U.S., Delaware.
Makes sense. The U.S. doesn't regulate PMCs too closely.
Looks like almost all of their actual business is handled outside the States, though. Says here their financials are handled by a separate company based in St. Kitts and Nevis.
The preferred tax haven of megacorps everywhere.
Probably why they incorporated in Delaware in the first place. Loose tax laws. Funneling it all through the Caribbean must help with the money laundering, though. There's still a lot we don't know about them, but they've definitely been starting a lot of fires lately. They're a PMC in name only. What a name it is. Guess War Profiteers Incorporated was taken. But that's their business. In a nutshell, target war-torn nations on the road to peace. Reignite conflicts, and walk off with all the cash that was earmarked for reconstruction. They also have ties to the drug trade, human trafficking.
Sounds like a real class act.
We've confirmed 3 key captains in Desperado. Their code names are all wind-themed. The captain presiding over this coup is called Mistral.
Cyborg?
Yep. All 3 have got custom-made bodies. Collectively, they're known as the Winds of Destruction.
The what? They all have action figures, too?
You're one to talk, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
Oi.
Who told you?
Courtney. Now that sounds like an action figure.
I didn't choose it, trust me.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I doubt the Winds of Destruction picked their names either. Different cultures use language differently. Even ones with a decent command of English. As you can attest, Mr. LB.
Bruh.
Looks like a war zone out here.
The palace cleared out quick when Dolzayev's men showed up. The streets got pretty hot after that. We're definitely gonna see a few civilian casualties here. Luckily, it looks like most of them got out of the city before things got bad. They've basically got control of the entire town, and are using the refinery as their HQ.
And that's why we're hitting the plant.
Keep in mind, those cyborgs are contractors. For most of these guys, this is just a job. In theory, once you eliminate their commanding officer, they should scatter pretty quickly.
Looks like a war zone.
Luckily, keep in mind.
How we doing, Courtney?
You're looking good on our end. GPS and audio-visual feed coming in fine. Energy consumption? Check. Damage levels? Check. Blood pressure, brain waves, blood sugar? Check, check, check. All this monitoring equipment, I got a better view than if I was standing right next to you. Anyway, I'll be saving all your data automatically anytime something important happens in the field. But contact me anytime you want a manual save.
Copy that. Good to hear that hasn't changed with this new body.
Yep, the basic system's exactly the same. So, did you want to save?
Yes.
And save complete. Simple, huh?
Copy. And glad to hear you're okay after Africa. That ambush was no joke.
Tell me about it. 3 armored vehicles should have been plenty for that job. And it would have been against any typical guerrilla force.
I keep asking myself, where would an anti-Imani faction get the cash to hire cyborgs?
It just doesn't add up. Maybe there's some intel I missed. A lead I should have followed up on. Maybe if I reacted faster, or coordinated better. I don't know.
You can't think that way, Courtney. Not in this business. You did everything you could. Put it behind you and move on.
You're right. Thanks. Ryden, you need to save? No? What's up?
I wanted to follow up on our talk earlier about the stress that comes with the job. PMC work can be traumatic, even for non-combatants. If the pressure ever gets to be too much, have one of the ex-military there take over. Just
I'm not doing that, Raiden. PMCs wield massive influence over international affairs. Abolishing SOP didn't change that. They need a better understanding of what they're mixed up in. The laws, politics, local cultures. Ex-military aren't here to provide that. They can't. We need civilian voices like mine here too.
You're right. Just take care of yourself.
Don't worry. Africa was more than enough excitement for one lifetime. It's a good thing that limo was armored.
Yeah. Otherwise, you'd now be the world's clumsiest cyborg.
Hey! Cyborg Courtney could have been your partner. I might have saved your ass.
How? By spilling coffee all over the enemy?
Oh, come on. I'm not that... Oh, son of a...
Please tell me that was a joke.
The dude moved the coffee further away from the freaking desk, too.
What's up? No? Did you need anything else?
No, guess not. Just wanted to hear the sound of your voice.
Oh, save it for your wife, Raiden.
So someone in chat said that he also has a son, too? I have no idea about any of that. But, I do be kind of interested in finding out more.
Raiden, shall we review the capabilities of your new body?
Copy that. Go ahead, Doc.
As we discussed, you've been outfitted with two revolutionary new abilities.
Fuel electrolyte
Yes.
absorption and self-repair from C's nanopaste.
Precisely. First, electrolyte absorption. This is simplicity itself. As your HF blade is linked directly to your fuel cells, simply cut into any source of electrolytes. Say, a hostile cyborg made up of CNT muscle fiber. And your fuel cells will recharge on their own. Rather elegant, wouldn't you say?
I would indeed. It's been great so far.
But the repair process is a bit more involved. A bit more messy, you might say. Most military cyborg models store a cache of biotic self-repair nanopaste in their lower abdomen.
So I need to slice them open and use Zandatsu to extract it. Cut and take, in other words.
Correct. Once extracted, you need only to crush this unit in your hand to absorb the repairing agent inside. Keep in mind, it is extremely delicate. If the unit should hit the ground, some paste will surely leak out. It will still repair your body, but less so than if you can retrieve it directly before your foe falls over.
So if I let them fall, I can
harvest
have
their
like an
organs
AoE
before their
heal.
body can even hit the ground.
Rather gruesome, I realize. But then you Americans enjoy a bit of gore, don't you?
I
I
think
may be a
everyone
citizen,
does.
but I've never really thought of myself as American.
Oh? Well, yes, I suppose I could understand that given your history. But
What is
what
his
then?
history?
Surely you don't identify as a Liberian.
I don't identify with anyone. No nation. No ethnic group. I'm my own man. Anyway, I seem to recall those gory torture porn movies were pretty popular in Germany, too.
Jesus.
Indeed, indeed. These splatter films are big in Germany, Russia, Japan, everywhere. Well, everywhere except regions afflicted by actual warfare. It all has to do with taming our fears, you know?
Huh?
The desire to feel fear, to taste death, but from a safe distance. These films allow the viewer to delude themselves into thinking they have overcome their fears. This...
Okay, Doc.
Nah.
I got the gist. Let's save the full psych lecture for some other time, though, huh? So these self-repair units in the other cyborgs, they mean they can heal themselves at any time?
Indeed. It is typically a slow process. Not much faster than a regular human body heals a wound.
And you didn't think it was a good idea to give me one of these things?
Certainly not. We removed all extraneous options in your case to maximize power and speed, you know.
Healing wounds is extraneous?
Your ability to absorb the nanopaste agent is far more efficient, Raiden. With it, your wounds heal almost instantly.
I know, but...
And a standard repair unit, once depleted, is nothing but an empty shell inside you. Dead weight.
I get that, Doc, but it also means I need to constantly be grabbing them out of enemies.
No, it doesn't. Don't be silly. Simply avoid taking damage and you will be fine.
Just get good, bro.
Simple.
Just get good, bro.
Doc, my fuel cells are sapped out, but I'm still able to function?
Function, yes, but no longer able to perform any action that would require a sizable amount of energy. But even when your gauge reads zero, you retain basic movement. You can walk around and swing your sword. Use this time to absorb more electrolytes from your enemies. Recharge your cells as soon as possible.
Roger that.
How is your eye, Raiden?
Great. My sight's perfectly balanced between both eyes. I think my vision's improved, actually.
Quite right, quite right. Your eye patch houses an artificial compound eye unit. The unit contains over 200 million solid-state image sensors, each with its own individual lens.
200 megapixels, huh? Doesn't sound like all that much.
More than sufficient for the application. A human's optic nerve has only about 1 million fibers, you know. Were we to add more sensors, your perceived vision would not improve. There's only so much modern image compression technology can do.
Huh. So I shouldn't expect any more dramatic improvements to my eyesight?
No, your brain would no longer be able to process any more visual information in real time. Still, compared to previous ACEs, yours has 1.4 times the resolution and a superior compression algorithm.
It may only result in a slight perceived change, but it could wind up making the difference during a mission.
Regrettably, I have not had enough time to develop a new eyeball unit just yet. Thus, I have cut out the ability to deploy the ACE unit separately and simply installed it on a fixed eye patch.
Works for me. If I was using an eye unit, I wouldn't see any better than a regular human.
Ah, but remember, the human eye is so much more than a simple light receptor. They play a vital role in person-to-person communication. Sooner or later, you'd miss it.
Stuff like that's important for some tasks, sure. For this op, not so much. And with less moving parts, the lower the chance of something going wrong. Besides, I like it.
Well, I'm very pleased to hear this.
I can worry about how I look after I complete the mission.
Stay vigilant, Raiden.
All right.
The bastards are using stealth camo to ambush you. Nice try, but it won't do any good against a state-of-the-art cyborg like you, eh? To parry incoming hits, throw out your own barrage of light attacks while your foe is on the offensive.
Want to try again, buddy? Ooh. Ah, I tried. I was just slightly too slow for that parry. Yeah! Come on, come on. Oh, we're so close. No! Almost there. Yeah, we go. Yeah, parry. Patty the platypus! Cool. How do I extract it out of them? Do I just have to make them go up in the air? Is that the only one? There's something else there.
Had your fill?
Not yet.
With this body, I could take these guys with no eyes. Intel wasn't exaggerating on the cyborg count.
Well, you know how fast the tech's been spreading these last few years. That CNT muscle fiber packs the power of a jackhammer into every limb.
Cool.
What enterprising soldier of fortune could resist? And cyborgs are still human. Real thinking people. Way less risk of collateral damage than your typical UAV strike.
And don't forget the PR angle. Nations start playing Frankenstein with their troops, and the public goes nuts. PMCs, on the other hand, are off the ethical
And then he
radar.
moves it away again.
Yeah. They still don't even count PMCs in official death tolls. With SOP out of the picture, private militaries needed a new edge on the market. We got it.
In a way, cyborgs are just SOP troops by another name. Only all muscled up and less predictable.
But it makes you wonder, where'd Desperado find these guys?
I'm not complaining. They're like walking vending machines.
Right. Vending machines full of blood. Easy there, Dracula. Like I said, they're still people.
People who terrorize and take innocent lives for money. They sowed their fate when they took this job. I'm just the Reaper.
Damn. Bit cold, Raiden.
Even for you. Anyway, his school. Let's get to work. Time to increase the peace.
Right. Hey, Boris, about the Soliton radar. I noticed that it doesn't get jammed anymore, even if I get spotted by the enemy. Back in the old days, it'd be useless the second an alarm was triggered.
Well, once the Patriots fell, classified technology spread all over the world. This new Soliton radar is one example. By applying a non-linear Schrödinger equation to the Soliton solution, they were able to prevent the jamming that plagued the original models based off the KDV equation.
I'm impressed. You know your stuff, Mr. President.
Of course, I'm a businessman. You think I could run a profitable PMSC without being up to date on the latest tech?
But I wonder, how exactly is the equation different? I mean, I'm no expert on how the KDV equation was implemented in the first place, but I'd love to know how the Schrödinger equation fits into all this.
Raiden, on battlefield, most important thing is how to use equipment, not theory behind it. The mission is #1 priority. So do not worry your head about equations and such things. Just concentrate on using the equipment to your advantage, da?
In other words, you have absolutely no idea, do you?
The mission, Raiden. Focus on the mission. Raiden, you'll need to head inland. But first, make your way through this building.
Sorry, man, but I have to ask. Where did Mr. Lightning Bolt come from anyway?
Ugh, seriously? All right. Well, I told you where I got Raiden from, right? World War II, the Japanese had a plane called Raiden. The Allies named it Jack.
Whoa.
Yeah, I remember.
And my real name's Jack. So yeah, they codenamed me Raiden.
They being the Patriots.
Mm-hmm. Never really suited me. But it's better than... Jack just reminds me too much of the past.
I hear you.
Someone once told me, you can find your own name and your own future. After that, I dropped Jack for good.
Right. And this lightning bolt business?
Well, the Rai part of Raiden means thunder, and Den is electric. So Raiden is basically lightning bolt. Anyway, I was explaining that to Inmani, and he just busted out laughing.
So he called you that as a joke? He was basically just giving you shit.
Yeah, he actually had a pretty good sense of humor. He was one of the most charismatic men I'd ever met. I don't know much about politics, but being around him, you could just tell he was a natural leader.
Such a goddamn shame.
I won't let it happen again. Desperado ends here. Comic book villains and all.
Yeah. We're counting on you, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
Ugh.
So, Raiden, who was this that told you to find your own name before you stopped going by Jack?
The one and only Solid Snake.
The one and
Hero
only.
of Outer Heaven, Zanzibar Land, Shadow Moses. The list goes on.
Right. Guy's a legend. I forgot you knew him so well.
Yeah, he saved my ass at Big Shell. Not to mention a few times after that. I've lost count. In terms of pure combat ability, he's one of the greatest soldiers I've ever seen. But it's not only that. He knows what's right, and he just gets it done, period. No one can stop him. I've learned a lot from him. He'd kill me if he heard me talking about him like this.
Wow. I didn't know you were such a fanboy. I thought you were gonna start crying there for a sec.
Very funny, Kev.
Seriously, though, did Snake know he had a stalker? Hey, relax. I'm only ribbing you. I just wish I got to meet the guy, you know?
I know.
You're no fun.
Looks like a war zone.
The pal, luckily,
Okay,
and that
so
keep him.
that was the last one.
What's up? No? Did you need anything else?
No, guess not. Just one.
Ah.
What is your next move?
You got all the dialogue, Julio. Oh. Whoa.
Raiden, this is Boris. Give me your status.
I'm in the
Looks clear. No one in sight.
Good. Let's recap the route you will take. As I said, the enemy's HQ is in the refinery along the coastline. Dolsaev has been spotted there using satellite photography. Also on site, Mistral, a desperado captain.
So I go through the city, cross the bridge into the old town, then head down to the rear of the refinery.
Still, I think they anticipate us. They will probably have a grand reception awaiting you at the old city.
Probably.
Do not let your guard down.
I never do. Cool. Fine. Yoink.
Hostiles in the lower corridor, I see. Try to flank them, or approach from behind.
I'm gonna grab this. Whoa! Oh shit!
Excellent, Raiden.
That was cool. I'm just trying to see if there was a secret. I don't know. Probably not.
Raiden, take that main thoroughfare. You can use augment mode to see where the enemy is located. Your body analyzes radar and IR data to construct your AR display. Huh. Some civilians are still in the city. That is not good.
Auto AR display. Oh. Whoa. Is there an option to change the camera? Doesn't look like it. Oh well. I just don't like the way that it like does this weird auto pulling me towards a certain direction. Like I wanna look a certain way, you know? I don't like it when my view is shifted automatically.
What are you doing here?
This area is off limits.
What? No, I'm not doing anything. Can we just kill him? It'll be easier. As opposed to have driven them all out.
Wimp! Whoa, shit. Ow. Ow. Restart. Yes. Ow. Cool. Whoa.
What are you doing here? This area is off limits.
What? No, I'm not doing anything.
Can we just kill him?
Excuse you. Whew. I
He is scared to
saved him.
death, Raiden. Let him know he is safe.
Oh, right. Hey, buddy. Doing all right there, buddy?
Thank you. I will not forget this.
Easy, easy, easy. Wait. Wait a minute. Was that... Holy shit. Oh, that's so cool. That's awesome, dude. I wish I could manually wall ride. How do I use grenades? Did I really miss that? I thought I... Oh wait, I had it... Right, never mind. Had to be set, that's fine. Yes. Oh. It's a little weird how I'm not able to, like, mount things. Unless, like, I'm doing this weird run. There's people over there. Kind of want to be up here first. I don't think I can walk there. No, I can't. Okay. Uh-oh. Ah, shit. Why is it mooing? Oh shit, it's fucking charging up, bro. Just like a bull, bro. Oh shit. Woo. Whoa. Yo. Yeah. Come on, little moo moo. Ow. Ah. Damn it. No. Whoa. Holy shit. Oh my god. No. It's so painful. That is one tough bull. Whoa! Damn it! No!
What?
Oh my god, what the hell? That thing can turn on a dime.
No! Run!
Man, why are these dudes so tough? Whoa. What did I do? How did I do that? Wait a minute. Yoink. Ah, damn it. Aha. Aha. I couldn't block that one. Shit. Damn it, I thought I could parry that. Oh, why did it not parry that?
What? What's wrong?
No!
Come on, buddy, answer me. Raiden?
Damn it.
Raiden!
It's not letting me parry. Is this song saying the name of the game? Oh, I wouldn't. Damn it. I punished the freaking light attack right at the right time, but. No! No! Yoink. Thank you. Appreciate it. Woo! Oh. Damn it! It got stuck. I could have. Ah! Could have done something. Damn it! It's not letting me parry. Shit! Shit! Ah, shit, here we go. Ah. Nice. Whoa! Ooh! Ew, what the fuck? Yeah, baby! Woohoo! Oh, that was cool. That was sick, bro.
Very good, Raiden. Now, keep heading for refinery.
There goes another one. Shit. Ooh. Me? How do I open you? Ah. Data storage, 120. What is that for? Data storage. You didn't see nothing. Uh-oh. Ah! Whoa! Damn it! Whoa! Whoa! Uh-oh, run! Ow! Damn it. I'm gonna need someone. I need Bacta. No, I missed it. Shit. I wanted to grab that. There goes the dude. Ah, whoa. Woo! That's not what I wanted. Do it again. Oh shit! Well, they're fast. No, you fucking... Nah, that's bull. Damn it.
Very good, Raiden. Now, keep heading for refinery.
He kept up way too well, dude. Alright, so we already got... Okay, once we get those, we already got those. Good to know. So we don't really need to kill these guys. Can I? I can! Yo! Oh, that's sick! Bullshit, you liar! Get down from here. Uh-oh. Whoa! Damn it. Move, what are you doing?
They have erected an electromagnetic barricade. Maybe expecting UG or cyborg attacks, huh?
Woo! I just jumped over him. That's cool. Uh-oh. Why is it not letting me swap? Please. Buttons, do the thing that you're supposed to do. Oh yeah, give me that. Yoink. Do it again. Do it again. Uh-oh. Whoa! Yoink. Aw, I missed. Woo! Yeah! Uh-oh. That's so cool. Alright, so I figured out a way to fucking avoid those attacks. It doesn't work all the time, apparently. I just gotta be in the right spot, looks like. Come and get me. Come and get me, buddy. Ah! Fuck! Uh-oh. That's not good. That's not good. Oh, shit! Oh, man. Oh. Freaking hell, dude. Woo. Okay, so how do I use this? Ah, cool. All right. I should have tried to do this. That would have been cool to try out. Damn it! I gotta remember that next time.
The stealth craft made it back to Sochi all right?
Da. Safe and sound. No repairs necessary. Some routine maintenance and she will be as good as new.
Good to hear. I'm guessing that thing doesn't come cheap.
Well, an old Soviet army friend gave me discount. He runs a PMC, specializing in airborne warfare.
An Air Force for hire? That's a new one.
Ever since SOP, Merc started to build more and more regular combat duties. SOP ended, but the trend did not.
Project Wingman.
Most every modern military relies on PMC support in one way or another.
Good news for Maverick, I suppose. Anyway, that's quite the little jet your friend has. I was expecting a lot of turbulence coming in that low, but she was smooth as silk. Didn't feel like I was a bird exactly, but probably the next best thing.
The MQ-133C uses a brand new type of active adjustment control system. Sensors on the plane take readings 120 times a second, and to be honest, I don't know how it works. But the crew chief tells me this is what keeps her flying so steady. It is all state-of-the-art technology. There are only 3 of them in the entire world. Even the RQ-133 spy plane she is based on is only 2 years old. It is fitted specially for Cyborg, so maybe demand is a bit low now, but I think that will change soon, eh?
It's funny. Its guts are all bleeding edge, but from the outside, it looks almost retro.
Until recently, stealth aircraft design was focused on radar-absorbing materials and improving aerodynamics. But lately, engineers are trying to use the shape of the craft to do more than improve gas mileage. Maneuverability is a low priority. This kind of plane is not meant for dogfighting, after all.
We can afford all this? I hate to ask, but will we clear a profit on this op?
You need not worry about such things. But yes, we should be fine.
Really?
Where the proper equipment can make or break a mission, we should have the best. That miss with the anti-air missile last month was a painful reminder of this lesson.
Ah, yeah. I see what you mean. Huh. I didn't think flares could still fool anti-air missiles like that.
They, can't. At least not with any modern missile. Recent missiles rely on a dual wavelength, or IIR system, for guidance. Flares wouldn't fool either of them. But that was no recent missile I had.
Right.
That Gusak Derma couldn't even take down a fat tilt-rotor target. And at close range. Chort возьми.
Come on, Boris. We had no intel. No reason to think that we'd be facing anything like that. You budgeted for the tools appropriate to the job. No one blames you.
Perhaps. In any case, now we know what we are dealing with. This is still a business, but this time I am stretching the budget as much as possible. Expenses like that aircraft and your new body are all part of this.
Both were worth the money. This body's more capable than I could have imagined.
I'm glad you feel this way, since it is still company property. Remember, if you quit on us, you either return it or you buy it.
Yeah, Boris. I remember the first 5 times you told me.
Right, what I said about staying focused on the mission.
Understood. No need to explain.
I say this because
Hello,
I
hey,
have
cheesecake.
been there. I have let my emotions take over on the battlefield. Some of the PMC work I did after my discharge was... They were gray area jobs. But that's all in the past. When I took on those former PLA soldiers to form Maverick, I laid out my conditions. We would only take operations we believed in. And we would run them clean. No exceptions. Most of them agreed. They had their own bad memories from their time in Paradise Lost.
I can certainly attest to that.
Yes, of course. I forget who I'm talking with. Most of the XPLA have moved on now in any case. But the point remains the same. Everyone at Maverick is accountable for their actions. We are clear to take this job under international law, and we can use force against any cyborg hostiles under the basic rules of engagement. But remember, if we harm any civilians, on purpose or no, it will mean trouble. All kinds of trouble. So, stay in control and stay on mission.
Got it.
Raiden, if you ever get lost, use augment mode to check your next objective. By using augment mode, you can see enemy positions and the direction in which you should head. Useful for when you cannot find your objective on the Solidon radar.
I'm guessing he's gonna repeat this.
Raiden, by use...
Sounds like Inmani was a pretty great leader. Such a goddamn waste.
I've run cover for a lot of VIPs, but men like him are a rare breed. He had all these conflicting factors to deal with. Old tribal tensions, business interests, the military. But Inmani got them all working together in a stable government, and all without firing a shot.
The savior of a nation. No wonder they called him that.
He had a gift, for sure. But he also put in the hard work. He was big on equality and justice in every aspect of government. He fought for it day in, day out. Inmani single-handedly energized his people. He's a big part of why the country recovered so quickly.
True. It was more than new buildings and jobs. The people had hope again.
If only we had someone like him back in Liberia. Things would have been different, that's for sure. And it was my job to protect him.
Raiden, come on.
Inmani wouldn't want me to go after Desperado. Not out of revenge, anyway. But he would want them stopped. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Raiden, that saying you like about your sword being a tool of justice?
Yeah, it's why I fight. Sometimes taking a life saves others.
A life, or 2, or 3, or 40 in your case, but I know what you mean. Besides, it's not like those cyborgs you're fighting have been brain-jacked.
Wouldn't be much point in sending jacked cyborgs.
True. Having someone pilot a body remotely only really makes financial sense for espionage missions. And you might as well use UGs if you're gonna let an AI control your soldiers. So yeah, they're probably using emotional restraints, but those cyborgs are fighting of their own free will.
Starting to see where I'm coming from?
I get it, it's just... you didn't used to seem so comfortable with the idea. What about what Sam said? About your ideals holding you back?
Ah, bullshit. He's good, but now I know how he moves, how he thinks, and I've got my new body. My philosophy says when and why to fight, not how. It won't keep me from beating Sam. And next time we meet, I will beat him. I'll kill him, and I'll do it to save others from suffering, with my ideals intact.
All right, Raiden.
One thing I can't stop wondering about, Kev.
What's up?
Sam. If he wanted to kill me back on the train, he could have, easily. So, why didn't he?
Good question. But I should be asking you. Your left eye was our only video feed. After he stabbed it, I got nothing. I mean, I got the details from your report after the fact, but that's it. He was probably just too distracted. Boris's attacks, escaping, there was a lot going on.
No, that's not it.
Well, why else? What does he have to gain from letting you live?
I don't know.
Maybe we interest him.
Raiden, head for the oil refinery.
Roger that. Save complete.
You saved me again, Courtney.
Right. Anything else? Otherwise, I should get back.
Actually, yeah. You mentioned SOP earlier. How much do you know about it?
The Sons of the Patriot system? Same stuff as anyone else in the industry, probably. Basically, a nanomachine software combo for controlling contractors. Used to be required for all PMCs. Soldiers couldn't fire unless their ID matched their weapon and they had clearance. From their commanding officers. And the rules of engagement, I mean. It had some mental effects as well. Moderating pain, enhancing concentration, that sort of thing. The idea was SOP would minimize arms smuggling and civilian casualties.
A kinder, gentler war. An oxymoron, any way you look at it. Civilian deaths did drop, though.
Because soldiers in the system could coordinate in real time, share info. Between that and the ID weapon locks, a lot of people felt better about employing privatized military. The irony is, the system was developed based on criticisms of PMC ops, mostly American interventions. SOP propaganda said it would put limits on the war market. What it really did was shift market share over to the PMCs. Civilian deaths went down, but total casualties just kept on climbing.
More than ever, war was big business.
And business was
All right,
booming.
chicken.
Until SOP got hacked. Suddenly, everyone realized how dangerous it was to have a single system controlling entire PMCs. That was the beginning of the end for SOP. Public opinion on privatizing war did a 180. After that, a lot of local conflicts and civil wars died down. The PMC conglomerates had to split up and downsize just to stay in business. And that about does it for SOP 101. Class dismissed.
Not bad, Professor. But it's not the whole story.
No, I know.
Let's finish this later. I better keep moving.
Need something else?
I thought we'd get back to our little history lesson. What do you know about the Patriots?
I know that they were behind everything we talked about before with the SOP system. People thought these 12 guys controlled world politics and the global economy from the shadows.
And they were right. Except there weren't 12, and they weren't guys, or even human. They were massive AI networks.
All the better to gather information on a global scale, or censor it if they wanted. They'd manipulate factions to keep wars raging, all while selling arms to both sides. The PMCs made billions too, of course. SOP was the Patriots' masterstroke. They could control battles directly, down to each individual soldier. The system might even still be around if the AIs hadn't all been destroyed.
I'm impressed. You know your stuff. Not many people have even heard of the Patriots. More than when they were active, but still, not many. Almost no one knows they were AIs, or that they're the real reason SOP went away.
Well, the few that do know aren't going to talk about it publicly. Even the world leaders.
Especially the world leaders. The people would panic, assuming anyone believed them, which they wouldn't. You can find speculation on the net if you look hard enough. Some of them get pretty close to the truth, but the stories never made it into the mainstream. Just another conspiracy theory.
I'm not surprised. It's a little hard to believe, you know? It just sounds crazy. When Kevin briefed me about all this in orientation, I thought it was some kind of BS detecting test. All right, then. Hey, Raiden, let me ask you something. The Patriots. Why would AIs do all of that? I can see why people would want all the money, but AIs? What did they stand to gain from it all?
Who knows? Maybe they didn't even know. Optical Neuro AIs aren't your typical PCs. They learn over time, change in unpredictable ways. The core AI, JD, was bent on expanding the war economy. Maybe to fund the Patriots' other activities. Or maybe that's just the way it evolved, like a secondary objective that took over. One of the other AIs said it was created to filter out unnecessary information, gossip, trivia, all for the sake of future generations, to drive the evolution of the human race. Or so it said. Was that the truth? Or a lie? To manipulate me? Who can say?
To think. Something like that. Running a nation. And America, no less. It's terrifying. Thank God they were all destroyed.
But did it really change that much?
Maybe not. Contractors still gotta eat after all. Soldiering for hire's always been a risky business. But at least before it was good money. There was a decent chance you could get rich and retire early. All that disappeared during the SOP years. Demand was high, but the workforce was flooded. More and more soldiers were willing to work for cheap. It got so you'd have to work years before you could even pay back your initial training and insurance fees.
Jesus.
Yeah, I can see Sundowner's point.
The global recession certainly didn't help. Unemployment shot up across the US and the EU. Even if contractors gave up and packed it in, there weren't any jobs waiting for them back home.
The irony is the recovery was all war-driven. It wasn't a general recovery at all. Not only did globalization exploit the poor countries, but it crippled first world employment too.
And SOP's gone. But now we've got these PMCs that are basically mobsters. Just thugs in uniform.
Yeah, not a pretty picture.
What's up? No? Did you need anything else?
No, just one.
Uh,
Doctor, you have anything more on these cyborgs?
Only what we went over in your briefing, if you had been paying attention. Standard military-grade cyborgs. MCFC integrated carbon nanotube muscle fibers. Impressive response time and power yield when focused correctly. Most will likely possess extrasensory skills as well. Infrared vision is almost standard these days. They can function without breathing for short periods of time.
Okay. Nothing I didn't already know.
Not all cyborgs you face will be the same, of course. You may notice a range of different capabilities. It all depends on the manufacturer. Muscle fiber and neurotransmission technology is advancing all the time. Of course, you have the very latest science has to offer. A typical cyborg is no match for your equipment.
If you do say so yourself.
No, I realize combat is about more than the equipment. Situational awareness, predictive ability, nerves. One must determine a course of attack or defense and execute on a moment's notice. Reaction time is key. Cyborg enhancements do not change that.
Agreed. Hey Doc, I'm curious. Can I recharge off any cyborg? Even a non-military unit? Not that I ever would, of course.
A pedestrian cyborg? I very much doubt you will encounter any of those on this op. Besides...
Against the rules of engagement, I know. Like I said, just curious.
In theory, then. No, I would doubt very much that you could. Even from those that opted for complete body replacements due to injury or illness, you know. Though I have heard of some very wealthy clients who wanted to fight the effects of aging.
Doctor?
Ah, yes, your question. No, extracting MCFCs from pedestrian cyborgs is unlikely. Most non-military enhancements use polymer muscle fiber that is a generation behind yours. Carbon nanotube would be a bit much for anyone who wished to lead a normal life, you know. And polymer systems can be powered by rechargeable electric batteries. Organic muscle fiber, which allows extraction of nutrients from the bloodstream, does exist, but it requires artificial blood for sufficient power output. This so-called white blood requires regular dialysis and was mostly phased out once cyborg technology became mainstream. True, some use cultivated muscle tissue to take nourishment from the body's natural bloodstream. But such systems are more regenerative medicine than cyborg technology. I'm sure you'll agree. Of course, natural musculature or no, if the body is equipped with a ceramic bone structure...
Can't get energy from non-military cyborgs. Got it.
Well, one moment. I have more...
Thanks, Doc.
So, as I was saying, there are many differences between pedestrian and military cyborgs.
You're still on about this.
Now, first and foremost, military cyborgs are generally full-body conversions.
You mean as opposed to partials?
Yes, as opposed to just grafting on an arm or leg where a myoelectric prosthesis would suffice. As I have said, for the general public, these full-body replacements are quite rare. Quite rare. Only in cases of extreme injury or illness, generally. Perhaps a few eccentrics who wish to live longer. In any case, most pedestrian cyborgs are no more than an artificial limb or two. We call these partials.
Doctor, I know. I just said that.
Partials enhancements are not designed to meet the rigors of military use. A pair of synthetic arms attached to an organic body cannot match the power of those on a full cyborg. Total body conversions also armor the entire soldier against stray ordnance and minor injury. This is why wounded contractors most often opt for the works rather than simply replacing the lost limb.
I hear it's why most of Maverick's cyborgs had it done, anyway.
Of course, there is the rather dramatic change in appearance to consider. Civilian life as a cyborg can be, well, complicated, as I'm sure you can attest. But for the field, man and metal, capability beyond the natural human body, it has a functional beauty.
Beauty or beast?
Both lie in the eye of the beholder, which brings us to the senses. Machine implants can also restore lost vision and hearing, and with added sensitivity, as you know. Such options have become standard in most military conversion packages, along with pain suppression and dampening less useful emotions, similar to how SOP operated.
Yeah, no matter how hard I'm hit, it doesn't really hurt.
Of course, everything has its limits. Do not let your high threshold for pain make you reckless.
Understood. Doctor, about my pain threshold. It doesn't hurt exactly, but I can still feel it. It's not painful, but it's still pain. It's hard to explain.
Well, your nervous system is still fully intact, of course. It would be dangerous for you to be entirely unaware of your body taking damage. Instead, your nerves are controlled such that pain is no longer so unpleasant.
How do you mean?
Take epinephrine, for example, or adrenaline, as you might know it. This hormone makes it harder to feel pain, yes? Your implants work using a similar method. Yet, for all we now understand of the nature of pain, much of it remains a mystery.
How so?
Well, why do we feel pain? Evolutionarily speaking, of course, to signal external injury or internal sickness. If the body is threatened, pain notifies the brain so it can take steps to ensure survival. In other words, pain has a clear and logical purpose. But in certain cases, pain can drive more unconstructive behavior. In situations where fight and flight are both still options, one might simply break down crying or drop to the ground and begin writhing about. This would appear only to diminish one's chance of survival, not increase it, yes?
Maybe there's some other factor at play.
Well, the most common theory would link pain with the societal nature of humanity. If no friends are close by, then experiencing pain might indeed reduce your likelihood of survival. But if allies are near, these expressions of pain serve as a plea for help. Thus, you are more likely to live. Fear of pain might also discourage one from entering a dangerous situation in the first place. Whatever the reasons, the data clearly shows that survival rates rise directly with sensitivity to pain. The converse is also proven. Those less able to feel or express pain have a lesser chance of survival. So, mankind has evolved as a social animal, and in the process, pain has become more pronounced, more visceral.
A little pain never hurt anyone, huh? But if pain is there to ensure survival, well, what's that say about the future for us cyborgs?
As a transhumanist, I do not believe all evolution must follow the exact method Darwin posited. Cyborg technology is still survival of the fittest, after all. Just in a new form. You should be proud of what your body has become. It is the culmination of great achievements in science.
Me? I had nothing to do with it. The credit's all yours.
Well, yes. I should be proud as well.
Doctor, about my fuel cells, the electrolytes. Do all military cyborgs use the same type? I'm not gonna run across anyone, you know, incompatible with me, am I?
Oh, afraid of rejection.
Excellent question. Your fuel cells, like any other, operate much in the same way as a typical battery. They do not need replacing after a single use, of course, and they do not require recharging. They do, however, require a fuel source.
That much I know already.
Yes, there are several different types of fuel cells. Phosphoric acid, MCFC, molten carbonate like yours, solid oxide, and so forth. Each type can be further divided into classes, each which runs on its own electrolyte material. However, all current military cyborg MCFCs run on the same one electrolyte.
That's good news.
Why all the same electrolyte, you ask? The answer lies in the catalysts that help make up your carbon nanotube musculature. It was breakthroughs in researching these catalysts and CNT manufacturing that enabled large-scale production.
Breakthroughs that happened after all the data the Patriots were covering up finally leaked.
It could not have happened without your help, Raiden. Science owes you a great debt. And I do as well. Working on your body has been quite educational.
Bro.
Stay vigilant, Raiden.
Alright.
Right
like
away.
doing that. It's
We're
cool.
picking up a wireless transmission near your position.
What's that?
From the frequency, most likely an enemy data terminal. Check it out. We may be able to salvage some intel.
Cool. VR mission.
Greetings, cyborg.
Oh shit.
Show yourself.
Oh my. Oh. That's a fucking chainsaw, bro. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh no.
And you are?
I am IF prototype LQ84I.
IF prototype.
Interface prototype. All autonomous UGs feature high-level onboard artificial intelligence. An additional prototype interface enables verbal communication. I possess an intellect far beyond human reckoning.
Cool.
You don't say. Okay then, what's the meaning of life? Why are we here?
I am here to kill you.
Well, that wasn't the right answer. I would appreciate
That's
it if you answered my
Pretty
question.
simple thinking for such a mighty intellect.
I may analyze orders, but I may not disobey them. Should I disobey a direct order, my memory would be wiped. I must destroy you.
What good is an intellect if you can't use it?
Your taunting is pointless. Exterminate.
Whoa!
You will die.
Whoa! Rah!
You will die. I will obliterate your consciousness.
Oh my god!
Is this all? Combination attack.
Damn it!
You will die.
Oh, not again!
Disappointing. You will die.
Oh,
You will die.
this is not good. I need to learn how to parry him. Damn it, he did it again!
intellect evade my blows.
Shit, he was avoiding me the whole time.
Does it hurt?
A little bit.
A savvy warrior uses all of his tools. Backup required.
Backup required. Oh, come on. Alright, here we go. Oh, you're just gonna stand there too, huh?
Is this all the human
Whoa!
mind is
Oh my
capable
god,
of?
I freaking pulled it with me. Come on, come on.
Demonstrate the extent of your intellect.
Why am I not hitting him? Shit. Ah, my eye.
You'll die.
You're probably right. Come on, baby! No!
What's wrong?
Aha!
Answer me.
No!
Guidance!
No!
Guidance!
Ah, man. I thought he parried.
Combination attack. Combination complete. I will obliterate your consciousness.
Yeah, probably.
Does it hurt?
There we go. There we go, baby. Oh, I needed one more. I needed one more.
Warrior uses all of his tools. Backup required.
Coward.
Even you are merely human.
Oh. Ah, come on. Ah.
Multiple strikes. To continue alone would be foolish. Help me.
Coward. Of course! One of you! Great. I'll be taking that. Just what I needed. A good cheeseburger to replenish my health.
Evade my blows. Disappointing. I will obliterate your consciousness.
No.
Does it hurt?
Ah, come on. How did I not parry?
You'll die.
I need to learn to parry that move.
Use your intellect. Evade my blows.
No, come on. How did I not parry?
Disappointed. You will die.
Well, here I go. Yep.
Doesn't hurt.
Right. This can't be happening. Raiden? Raiden!
Pain. So much pain.
Use your intellect. Evade my blows.
Ah, how did it not do the parry?
Disappointed.
Come on!
Uses all of his tools. Backup required. Is this all the human mind is capable of?
Yoink! Dead on arrival.
I will exterminate your consciousness. Multiple strikes.
How do I interrupt that?
Combination complete. I will obliterate your consciousness.
No!
Is this all? You will die. I feel no pain.
Ugh! Damn it.
To continue alone would be foolish. Help me.
Of course you'd run again. Alright, you mechanical bovine, come on! No! But I moved. Damn it! Why is it not letting me parry? Oh shit. Ah! Why is it not letting me parry? Oh, fuck. Not again. Not again. Oh. Yoink! Come on! How do I counter that? No! No!
Right. What's wrong? Come on, buddy. Answer me. Right it? Right it!
I was doing better that time, but that freaking pounce that he does after the 3 jumps. That's tough.
You will die.
No!
Warrior uses all of his tools. Backup required.
Yoink! Yoink! Awesome.
All this violence civilized.
I call it necessary.
I will exterminate your consciousness.
Alright. Hello there, this should help. To parry or block, you flick the control stick towards the enemy. Plus, press the light attack button at the same time. The direction is relative to the camera. Raiden's personal position doesn't matter. The parry timing is very generous. Raiden blocks for over a full second. You can parry while attacking and being hurt. I can parry while being hurt? And while attacking? But not during Ninja Run. To reiterate, you have to flick the stick towards the enemy each time. Don't keep holding a direction. Oh! That is very helpful to know. That is very helpful to know. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Oh, that's cool. Thank you very much. Yo, that's so cool! Woo! Holy fuck! Thank you, man. Yeah. Oh my god! This is a whole different game now, bro. Oh shit! I couldn't do anything about it. I wasn't quick enough for that. It's fine.
Help me.
Ah, crap. Right. Come on, Charlie Moo Moo. Oh, I need the upgrade to before I can go on, like... Before I can do the freaking air one. Oh, shh! No, 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 no. Oh, it's so cool. Oh my god! Ah, I couldn't. I missed. Oh, almost got me there, buddy. Wow. Ow. And you can parry basically every physical attack in the game, including the Geku's charging attack. Whoa. Geku's charging attack. I don't know who Gecko is. I don't think. Oh no, I missed! I didn't do it on time. Crap. Yeah! Yo! Yo! Yeah! What are you gonna do now, boy? Yeah! Oh, I missed! There we go! That's what I'm talking about, baby! No! Ah! Almost got me. Not quite. Where do you think you're going, buddy? Stop. I wouldn't expect you to have stopped. Why should I? The big robot you just beat is called a gecko. Oh. Ow. Why are they called geckos? They moo.
Your freedom. Obey directive. Must obey directive. No freedom. Freedom on device.
Wait, what the heck?
What would an AI know about freedom?
Why would an AI worry about having its memory erased like that? Or whatever it was called. It was something intelligence, but I don't think it was AI. It was different. Ah! Uh-oh. Almost. Where did you come from? Whoa, an arm. Ah! Let me see, hold on. Also, blade mode is useless while the meter is empty or yellow. I figured that out pretty quick. To fill it up to a nice blue color, land regular attacks. Once it's blue, you can cut open enemies and cut their red squares to be fully healed. Yes. Strong enemies, like geckos, need to be damaged and have glowing blue body parts before they're vulnerable to blade mode, though. Ah. Last new Japanese symbols mean use blade mode right now. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, I didn't parry in time. Ah. I gotta work on my timing. Awesome. Another arm. Cool. Uh-oh. Ah, crap! Oh, boy. No, 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 no. I guess I better keep moving. Ah! It's fine. Whoa. Uh-oh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Is he, the freaking helicopter's dazed? Excuse me? Is it gonna go back up if I don't kill it? It is! Ooh, hey. Let me grab that real quick. Oh, I missed. Maybe I shouldn't manually jump to do that. Oh, he's blue. Wait, hold on. Whoa! 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 Yo! Oh, I see! Oh, I missed! I didn't do the thing. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah! Looks like this chopper just got chopped. That's cool. What the hell?
You gotta be pretty stupid to try and hide here.
Looks to me like Russian spies.
Hey, we are just... Well, we can't let him give away our position. Waste him. We'll fill out the paperwork later. No,
Yoink! Ah, come on. How did he die? How did he die? How did he die? Damn it. I need to get those bird guys, but I'm not sure how to do the thing with these dudes up here.
You gotta be pretty stupid to try and hide here.
Looks to me like Russian spies.
Hey, we are just... Well, we can't let him give away.
Ah, I was really hoping. Damn it. Oh, that's the guy who does the freaking... That's the guy right there. He shoots his ass. How am I going to get these guys? There we go. There's my opportunity. Yoink. Yoink. I'll be taking that. Thank you. Mine. Oh. Come on, come on, come on. Get away from him. Ow. You're gonna pay for that. Yo, I can do it while sliding! That's so cool! Holy shit, bro. Bam! Yeah! Fuck your wings, bro! Yeah! Looks like the Red Bull wearing off, buddy. Uh-oh, I didn't mean to do that, actually. Whoa. Ah. Hey, buddy. You okay there? Hey, buddy. I got you, buddy.
You saved my life. Thank you.
Yeah. No problem. Oh. Huh? Oh. Coolio.
So that's where they're holed up.
Some kind of electronic lock on the gate.
Most likely it opens only if you have the right ID data stored in your left hand. Perhaps you could find a cyborg with access and borrow it?
You see any cyborgs around here, Doc?
Why not double back? Check the vehicle route again.
I did
back
pick
to the
up
entrance to
someone's
the old
arm.
city. Who knows? Maybe you can hitch a ride. Most likely, platoon commanders carry correct ID data for the gate. Use enhanced mode to figure out who to hit.
Oh, shit. Wait! Yo! They didn't know I was still here, bro! What the fuck? I don't think that guy's supposed to be alive. start sparking like Power Rangers, that's how you know that they're dead. Yoink!
Right. You missed them all? Well, you just have to fight your way through.
What? Did you just say I missed them all? Yeah. Alright, let's see what these guys have to say.
So I get past the gate and into the hotel. Then what?
This road ends at the hotel. Enter and you should be able to reach a hill from the roof. That hotel was used by the Nomenklatura, high-ranking Communist Party bureaucrats. All destroyed now, of course, but in Soviet days, full of luxury. Anyway, you should be able to reach a hill from hotel roof. There are more Soviet ruins past that hill. Get through there, and you will reach the rear of the refinery.
Head for the hotel roof. Got it.
Didn't you say you'd been here before, Boris?
Once, back when it was still Soviet territory.
Seems like it'd be a lovely place, if it weren't a war zone.
The Pearl of the Black Sea, they called it, back when more Russians lived there. It was a very popular resort spot for the USSR. This is before the wall fell, of course. Then Russia and Georgia began to fight over the area.
Kicking off the war in the early 90s.
Georgia was a Soviet republic. Abkhazia, a semi-autonomous state within it. The Soviets like to stoke ethnic rivalries between the two. And not just there, in all the outlying territories. It kept them easier to control.
But with the Russians no longer watching over the two.
Duh. The Abkhaz were scared. They knew an independent Georgia would swallow their nation sooner or later. So they took advantage of a Georgian military coup to declare their own independence in '92. Of course, the new Georgian government was not happy to hear this, and so...
The same old story.
And with Russia supporting the Abkhaz, it was a stalemate. 2 years later, the ceasefire meant Abkhazia was finally independent, but not officially. They still are not formally recognized by Georgia, or most of the international community.
This region is filled with breakaway states.
This is true. There is South Ossetia, also in Georgia. Transnistria in East Moldova, and Nagorno-Karabakh, which broke from Azerbaijan. In any case, even Russia did not officially recognize Abkhazia as independent until 2008. So it was not long ago Sukhumi was a war zone. It has changed dramatically since then. They have been rebuilding steadily, with Russian support, ever since SLP was shut down.
Good to hear. But doesn't that leave them wrapped around Russia's little finger?
It does. Which is why Dolzaev is calling for a truly independent state. He wants an Abkhazia that takes orders from no one. Not Georgia, not Moscow.
Sounds like a worthy cause.
Duh. But many Abkhaz are happy with the reconstruction Russian support makes possible. Few of his fellow countrymen were interested in what Dolzaev had to say. At first.
And then Desperado showed up.
Exactly. They brought the sad ending to this little history lesson. It is no wonder so many people mistrust PMCs, eh?
I suppose not.
Alright. I'll be right back. I'm getting hungry. You know what, fuck it. Okay, we're back for a bit. I'm gonna let my food cool down. We'll keep listening to these things.
One thing I don't understand, Kev. Desperado must be violating all kinds of laws here. Why hasn't the international community gotten involved?
Well, from a purely legal standpoint, it's actually not so cut and dry. First, there's the fact that Abkhazia is still not a member of the UN. Only Russia and a few other breakaway states even recognize it as a sovereign nation. In the eyes of most of the international community, Abkhazia is technically still part of Georgia, which would make this an internal Georgian issue.
Guess you can't really call it a coup if the displaced government was never seen as legitimate.
Exactly. And even if everyone agrees it was a coup, it can be tough to tell which regime is more legit. Sometimes you'll see the military topple a dictator and establish a provisionary government, for example. Now, if they confirmed atrocities were taking place, the UN could deploy troops, recognize government or not.
Yeah, but they learned their lesson in Somalia.
Right. Ever since then, they've been a lot more reluctant to get involved in civil wars.
So what about the US and Russia? What's their take on all this?
Well, America was never very friendly with Abkhazia or South Ossetia in the first place. And the Georgian government's a regional ally, so the US really has no cause to intervene. Russia wants the old government back, of course. The regime open to their influence. I doubt they'll opt for any large-scale action. Tensions with Georgia are running high already. But you can bet your ass they won't just sit on the sidelines. Boris has got a lot of connections in the Russian bureaucracy. Ex-military buddies. The Abkhaz are officially our clients, but I'm sure it's Russia that chose us. Maybe footing the bill, too. They can't use their actual special forces, so they call us instead. That's the beauty of PMCs.
We're not bound by the same rules as state-sponsored military.
Other countries would be outraged if the Russians went into places we can go freely. From our side, no state to answer to means we can run things as we see fit. By our own code, no compromises.
Then again, there's no one to say our code is what's right.
True. And opinions on that change from person to person, situation to situation. But you let your moral compass waver at all in this business, and real people pay the price. Money's always a factor, of course, but when it becomes the factor, that's when you got problems. The Montreux document lays out guidelines for what PMCs can and can't do, but there's no way to enforce it. A lot of people see that as the fatal flaw of the entire industry.
No, I'm not
After
sleeping
all,
on the job. I'm
that's how we
eating
end up
while
with
I'm
rogue
talking to
outfits
these
like
guys.
Desperado. Then again, it's also what leaves Maverick free to go after them. The industry has a bad rep, but it isn't good or bad itself. It's up to the morals of those who work in it. All we can do is what we think is right and try to lead by example. Anyway, sorry, you know how I am about this stuff. I'll get off my soapbox now.
Don't apologize. That's exactly why we took this job. Taking Sukumi back is the right thing to do.
Agreed. And now, that's all up to you, buddy.
We always talk about the Montreux document, but why hasn't anyone made it legally binding?
People are trying to, both inside and outside the industry, but it's easier said than done. Even with 17 countries on board, it's still just a set of guidelines. They'd need to negotiate an actual treaty based on that agreement for it to become official. And we both know getting everyone to sign on wouldn't be easy.
Yeah. Every government's for regulating PMCs until it restricts how they can use them themselves.
It gets complicated when you try to put it all in exact legal terms, too. A treaty would need to distinguish a PMC's home nation, the one it's active in, and the one that contracted it. Then you have the industry itself, which isn't exactly thrilled at the prospect of greater regulation. There's just so many different parties involved, and everyone's got their own motivations. So yeah, long story short, we're a long way from getting anything legally binding anytime soon.
Sorry I asked. Hey Kev, that piece of shit who killed Imani, is he one of those almighty winds?
Yeah, goes by Sundowner. It's a folk name for this warm air current in Southern California. He's also, well, not the formal head of Desperado, but pretty much their de facto leader. Let's see. Born in Alabama, family was poor. Solid
Alabama?
student, decent grades, but no money for college, so he joined the army. Says he fought in Panama in '89, then Iraq again, Afghanistan. In 2008, he drops out of the service and starts doing merc work for various PMCs. He was active all through the SOP years. Built up quite a reputation. Apparently, the Sundowner handle comes from all the blood he leaves behind.
You know, he does kind of sound like an Alabaman.
Anyway, an
Alabamian.
IED put him out of action for a
what they're
few
called.
years. But then, Cyborg Tech brought him out of retirement. The Army investigated him for possible war crimes. A few times, looks like. Desecrating remains, torturing POWs, some wrongful deaths. No convictions, though.
Pretty rosy past, huh? Not that I'm one to talk.
Hey, come on, buddy. You know that's not fair. You were just a kid. You didn't know what you were doing. And it's not like they gave you a choice.
Yeah. Thanks, Kev. Kev, you dig up anything more on Jetstream Sam?
Yeah, actually a bit. Still a lot of missing pieces.
I'll take what I can.
Right. Full name, Samuel Rodriguez. Born in Brazil, so I guess that'd be more like Samuel Rodriguez. He's actually not one of the Winds of Destruction.
Bruh.
He's not even a Desperado employee.
Yeah.
Oh.
Didn't seem like your typical
Yeah, he didn't
PMC to
seem.
me.
Yeah.
His father ran a Brazilian
He wasn't
Genjutsu
interested at
dojo.
all.
Genjutsu. That's a school of Japanese swordplay.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
A lot of Japanese immigrated to Brazil way back when. They brought martial arts with them. Those evolved and became their own offshoots. You've heard of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, right? It's their variation on Judo. Brazilian Kinjutsu's the same kind of thing. A different evolution of the old samurai sword skills. Bit of capoeira and some other stuff mixed in. Anyway, I did some digging. Apparently, the Rodriguez dojo was a big proponent of the Uridachi style.
Uridachi, a.k.a. Setsujinken, the murdering sword. Basically the polar opposite of my sword of justice.
Rodriguez Kinjutsu uses kicks, sword butts...
Maybe that's why he's interested in us.
Unpredictable and very deadly. Anyway, this is interesting. Sam's father was killed by one of his pupils. There were rumors one of the cartels was involved, but it's not clear how or why. After that, Sam disappears for a while, then comes back, kills the guy who killed his dad, and leaves Brazil. He travels the world for a while, taking odd jobs, bodyguard, cleaner for the mob, etc., etc. Made a big name for himself in the criminal underworld, especially in Central and South America. One story has Sam taking out a mafia hit squad, 10 men, all with assault rifles, using only his sword.
Not unheard of for a cyborg.
This was back in the early 2000s.
Come on. He did that without enhancements? And pre-SOP?
That's the story anyway. And he's a cyborg now, so he could only be stronger. Not to freak you out or anything.
I told you, Kev. I got a reading on his fighting style from last time, and my body's been upgraded. I'll be fine.
Yeah, no. I know you will be.
Come on, man. I didn't trust that at all. I did not believe you.
Raiden, head for the oil refinery.
Affirmative. Save complete.
You know,
They go crazy?
Got
Yeah.
me thinking about all the problems with PMCs.
Oh? You come up with a solution to all our industry's ills, then?
Yeah. Let's just change the acronym.
That's your solution? Just change the name and change the reputation, eh? To what? I know you like private security provider, but that'd be PSP. Private military security? PMS?
Yo, the PSP was the shit,
Montreux
though.
document uses PMSC, right? Private Military and Security Company. A bit more comprehensive. And a bit more awkward, too, I guess. Seems like it never really caught on.
Yeah, we only use PMSC on contracts, or when we're specifically excluding older-style PMCs.
I guess once a name sticks, that's it. Old habits are hard to break.
Right. Besides, I think we're past the point that a name change would do much for the industry's image.
I get your point. Though it did work once before. We don't call them mercenaries anymore, do we?
By the way, Raiden, we're not picking up any EXIF codes here either. They're all unaffiliated.
Makes sense. We're enemies. Desperado's EXIF code won't match ours, and vice versa. How much do you know about how EXIF works?
Not much. Just that it comes up as a positive match for friendlies and unaffiliated for anyone else.
Which could be friendlies or neutrals not broadcasting the same code for some reason. Say a damaged transmitter or signal interference. But 99 times out of 100, yeah, it's an enemy.
EXIF is based on the IFF radio system aircraft use. Stands for Expanded Identification Friend or Foe.
Too bad it
Whoa.
only actively IDs friends and not enemies. But I guess asking troops to broadcast, hey, enemy here, kill me, would be a bit much.
Telling friends and enemies apart was always a problem in the air, but it's gotten tricky on the ground too. Especially in the War on Terror, with all these PMCs and multinational forces mixing together. The US Army experimented with infrared patches to ID allies. They'd show up in night vision.
Then SOP came along and offered a more efficient method?
Right. SOP's gone now, but its ID protocol is still used all over. ID chips and dog tags, transponders required on all vehicles, aircraft, UGs, cyborgs, you name it.
But if everyone's using the same basic system, how do armies hide their info from the enemy?
Heavy-duty encryption for one. The chips also use a hybrid cross-spectrum system to transmit the data. Without the proper key, it's hard to pick up the signal in the first place. PMCs typically only share their codes with nations or other PMCs they're working with.
What happens if they end up on different sides later? Like in a separate conflict?
They just generate a new code and encryption key. The point is, EXIF is required on all combat units, but it's pretty easy to hide the signal.
And 99 times out of 100, unaffiliated means it's a hostile?
Right. Just like with IFF and aircraft. You're a quick study, Courtney.
Nice history lesson, Teach. Now, if you're done, I think you have a nation to save.
Just a little on-the-job training, Kev. Riding out.
Hey, Courtney. Have you ever tried Abkhazian cuisine?
Georgian, yes, but, I mean, I don't really know much about Abkhazia, so... It'd be nice to try it, though, since we're this close and all.
Huh. Even you haven't tried it? Now I'm really curious.
What do you mean, even me?
Well, before we head to any new country, you always hit up local spots that serve their cuisine, right? You know, your little research trips.
Oh, come on. Not always. I just think it's interesting to compare local interpretations of ethnic food to the real thing. Plus, it's a great way to get familiar with a big part of any nation's culture. That's all.
Okay. But no time for research this time around, huh?
Well, like I said, I've had Georgian food before. And most of the Eastern Bloc sees Abkhazia as just another part of Georgia. But yeah, really tasty. They had this incredible cheese bread. Ugh, and the wine.
Georgian wine is famous
bread.
after all. Though I hear you won't find it in Russia.
They say most Abkhazian cuisine is closer to Turkish food than what you'll find in the rest of Georgia. Apparently only their wine resembles what they serve in Georgia.
How are things back at Control, Courtney?
Things? Things are fine. Same as usual, I guess. Russia is... you know, Russia. Not that I've left HQ much to see anything, really.
No concerns about security? Isn't that a civilian airport you're stationed at?
Sochi International, yeah. But we're fine. We have our own cyborg detail on the job. Plus, any trouble and we can just take off. Literally. One of the perks of housing your HQ in a giant transport plane, I guess. Now, if anyone wanted to mess up this op, they'd have a much easier time coming after you directly.
I'm not so sure. Have you seen this new body in action? It's amazing. It's ready for anything. Unless they...
Oh, Raiden, yeah. Your body? It's so amazing.
Very funny. Yeah, you know what I meant.
Oh, is it getting hot in here? Or is that just your body in action?
All right. If you're done, I'm going to get back to the mission.
Okay, I'll stop.
Thanks.
For a guy with a bod like yours, anytime.
Bro.
By the way, I picked up something
This is
interesting
going
on that
places I
tilt
don't
rotor
see
back
you
in
go to.
Africa.
Nah.
Desperado's getaway vehicle?
Nah.
What do you got?
I traced its registration. It comes up as a, get this, mail transport. A Somali civilian helicopter.
Not even the right type of aircraft. So the registration is fake. Well, par for the course for Desperado, I guess.
I wonder why they bothered with the tilt rotor in the first place.
Why not? They can take off and land without an airstrip, virtually anywhere. Hover, too. Meanwhile,
They have the speed and range of a fixed-wing plane, or close to it. And they're quiet. You don't get all that BVI noise from the blades like with a normal copter.
Aren't they more accident-prone, though?
They were. Used to call them Widowmakers. The rotor tech is really complex. There've been a lot of mishaps over the years, but each one's helped perfect the design. These days, they're as safe as any other aircraft, helicopter or fixed-wing. Most of VTOL's bad rep is left over from the thrust vectoring jets of the past.
Ah, no wonder you know all this. Says here you took down a Harrier once. Wait, by yourself?
Well, I did have a rocket launcher. Wasn't so tough while it was in hover mode.
I bet you're just being modest. Must have been a pretty crazy op you were on.
You don't know the half of it.
Man. I wish I had the money for the previous games to know the context to that.
What's up? No? Did you need anything else?
No, get just one.
Oh.
My apologies, Raiden. I realize we never concluded our discussion on carbon nanotube muscle fibers. CNT drove major innovations in the field of
Still going on
cybernetics,
about
not to mention unmanned gears. As I'm sure you are aware, Walker-type UGs require numerous linear actuators in order to function. Previously, organic polymers or cultivated muscle cells were used to that purpose. But the advancement of CNT technology allowed for comparable power in a far more compact package. This meant the same size UGs could be equipped with even greater firepower. Take the redesigned Metal Gear Ray, for example.
They took all the space the old artificial muscles filled up and stuffed it with weapons.
Precisely. Of course, UGs have improved in many ways, all to keep pace with cyborg advancements, you know. After all, the original Metal Gear program was designed to unite infantry and weaponry. As an evolution of this concept, the UG is now in direct competition with the cyborg. And the cyborgs already have an advantage with their maneuverability and smaller size, as you well know. Of course, UGs are not dependent on the skills of a human host.
Long story short, watch out for UGs.
Well, yes, basically. Cyborgs have matched unmanned gears in many respects, but then UG tech advances every day. Do not underestimate any you might run into.
Copy that.
Doc, all the UG talk got me thinking. Why don't we see more manned gears?
Ah, yes, with a pilot. The bipedal tanks and such things, I must confess I have not followed the field closely as of late. But then, who has? Since Metal Gear A, all the advances and the funding in mobile artillery has been UGs.
So why is that?
Well, UGs take many more forms. Aerial drones, treaded tanks, armored transports. And they are perfect for the 3D work. Jobs too dull, too dirty, or too dangerous for men. True Metal Gears with a pilot and nuclear payload were huge and very expensive. They were not practical. It turned out the greater need was for smaller, cheaper units, deployed more easily and in greater numbers. So the field narrowed in on this aspect of gear design, an all-terrain link between infantry and artillery. But even then, the UG models were more popular. In most cases, they simply made more sense.
But aren't there situations where you'd want gear-level power, but also a human pilot there to make decisions? UG AI has gotten better, but it's still terrible at handling anything unexpected.
But Raiden, this is exactly the role the cyborg has taken. On the manned gear, any advantage of a cyborg in offensive power comes with a matching increase in size. This makes it so large as to no longer be practical for most infantry missions. Conversely, the smaller models are so close to cyborgs that, well, what is the point?
Cyborgs are smaller, cheaper, more nimble.
Precisely. Perhaps soon we will see the cyborg take the place of the UG, as the UG has done to the manned gear.
What, with wings? Scooting around on wheels?
Why do you laugh? It is the logical next step to have a human brain integrated into a tank or a plane.
Now you're getting into some B-grade sci-fi territory, Doc.
Oh, but it is all quite possible, I assure you. Just consider the possibilities. A humanoid friend for everyday life, yes, but the brainstem can be easily extracted and inserted into whatever chassis best suits the mission. So, yes, I suppose the paradigm could be flipped on its head. As UGs become smaller and smarter, they could begin to fill the cyborg's role. They will come to resemble them more and more in form and function, no doubt. I suppose at some point they would no longer be UGs, but androids. Glorious!
One thing about fighting these cyborgs, Doctor, it's strange in a way.
Oh? How do you mean?
I can slice them to pieces, and with all their pain and emotion suppressed, they don't feel a thing. At least against SOP troops. You never forgot they were real people. But these cyborgs, it starts to feel like I'm taking on unmanned gears, robots, not living, breathing men.
Intriguing. Tell me, does it help assuage the natural feelings of guilt? There is no reason to avoid this topic. Man has wrestled with it as long as there has been war. Guns were a huge step, of course, as it became easier to take a life, physically and mentally. Then, destroying a tank or airplane, where you no longer had to see your enemy's face as he perished. Eventually, remote-controlled drones further distanced the killer from his victim. Much like the video games. I suppose cyborg soldiers could be seen as yet another step in dehumanizing death.
Maybe. I do feel like I could forget I'm taking the lives of real people here.
It seems you already
under normal
have.
circumstances, you wouldn't necessarily be
part.
taking their lives, strictly speaking. So, as long as the brain is supplied with oxygen, a cyborg can survive most anything, even if respiration is disabled. An emergency supply of liquid oxygen would remain in the bloodstream. The
unless I
cyborg
cut
would
into
enter a
pieces.
state of hibernation, yes. But so long as the brainstem were retrieved intact, it could be attached to another body and revived.
Oh, man.
That's how the two Gemini survived.
The Gemini? Ah, yes, the twin cyborgs from the motorcade.
But Desperado's cyborgs are different.
Physical self-destruction is a fail-safe security measure. In any case, it is unfortunate that Prime Minister Mane was human. Perhaps if he had been a cyborg, he might have survived as well.
We'll never know. Besides, a robotic prime minister? I doubt anyone would accept that. Inside or outside the country.
Yes, I suppose fear always does trump logic when it comes to the general public.
Exactly.
Brighton, something I meant to ask in our last chat. Did you consider opting for emotion restraints? I can understand one might be leery of the procedure, but it is all perfectly reversible, I assure you. You could implement them for a mission and then do away with them as soon as it was over.
Oh, boy.
I'll pass, thanks. To be honest, I have a problem with the whole concept.
Yeah.
What is that?
Decisions are about more than just logic.
Yeah.
Lose your emotions, and you risk not being able to relate to how normal people see right and wrong. Your conscience could end up different, warped, or who knows, maybe gone altogether.
Right.
Boris agrees. That's why no Maverick cyborgs are allowed to use emotion restraints.
An understandable perspective. There is some data to support your belief. MRI scans have isolated the brain activity associated with choosing between good and bad. Mostly in the dorsolateral prefrontal and central orbitofrontal cortexes, to be precise. But this entire area of the brain is known to process emotion, not logical thought. It would seem to support the idea that emotion indeed plays a role in values-based decisions.
Well, there you go.
But another argument can be made, that it is emotion that sparks human conflict in the first place. All the great wars, all the great atrocities, would they have happened if not for emotional decisions?
Maybe not. But we can't just ignore the worldview of most of the planet. We don't exist in a vacuum here. To most of the world, a PMC operating on its own guidelines would be like a terrorist organization. They'd say we used brute force to impose our strange values on others. And they'd be right.
Yes, well, you have a point.
Abuse of emotion restraints has become a hot topic. Suppressing fear tends to boost aggression, which has led to cases of excessive violence.
True, achieving the right balance is difficult.
But on the other hand, it makes it possible to intentionally make people more aggressive. Even a child can become a bomb just waiting to explode.
Yes, it is very likely that Desperado is employing just such a technique.
Man.
Hey Doc, Kev mentioned a lot of the high-ranking military were brain-jacked. Can you give me any more on that?
Well, it is not my area of expertise, but I have working knowledge of such matters, yes. Much of it is similar to cybernetics, you know.
Makes sense. A cyborg's frame is reading signals directly from the brain.
Indeed. Brainjacking employs nanomachines to stop these signals from reaching a normal body. The pilot can then substitute their own signals and control the victim.
What the fuck?
They can govern all motor movement, but not the victim's thoughts. It is not mind control.
Oh
Like
shit.
the public.
So, oh
The subject
man.
will not move on their own. The pilot must send control signals.
You can't just implant an idea like a hypnotist.
Precisely.
And
You must
they're
manipulate
just
them
aware of
directly.
what's going on, huh?
Now, there are several methods for doing this. The pilot can act out the desired behavior and send the resulting electric impulses in real time. For example, the master raises his right hand, the victim does the same. The master says, Arschgeige, and the victim does as well.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
I get the idea, Doc.
Another method is to set an AI in control as a victim. Less convincing, but less labor-intensive. The AI can access the subject's memory center, at least, to recognize acquaintances and the like.
But anyone looks really closely, and the gig is up.
Mimicking behavior from surface memories is difficult, you know. Quite difficult. AIs are still very poor at replicating more subtle cues, such as the manner of speaking. As a result, often the victim can barely pass as a human, much less any certain individual. With the current tech, a passing acquaintance might be fooled, but not a close friend. Not for long.
Good. The idea of AIs controlling people is bad enough. At least I'll be able to tell if it happens to someone I know.
Hopefully.
So Doc, if brainjacking can access someone's memory, can't we basically see everything in their past?
Well, that would depend on precisely what you mean by see their past. The brain does not store every single detail the senses take in, you know.
Right.
It records highlights, further simplified into a highly symbolic form, all to lighten the amount of data. We know how the brain reacts to what it was previously aware of. We can even gauge the emotion provoked. But reproducing memories? No. I've seen little progress in research to this area.
But say we directly linked my brainstem with the nanomachines of a brainjacking victim. Couldn't I read their memories?
There have been attempts
What?
at such things, but it is not so simple, you know. The connections between successive memories make up one's identity. If you disturb that, for example, say we remove all memories you have of being yourself and replace them with my own.
Oh boy.
You would feel you was a great Dr. Wilhelm Vogt. You would behave very similar to how I do. However, what if instead you kept your own memories and we added mine to them?
What the
You
fuck?
would feel you are both Raiden and Wilhelm Vogt. Suddenly your memories would not lead one to the next. You would be confused, disoriented, without a sense of which man you were, and thus how you should behave. So, you see, the very concept is not practical for most military applications. In trying to read an enemy's mind, you would, in a sense, become that enemy.
Oh hell no.
You wouldn't know which side you were fighting for.
Precisely. Cyborg memories are completely different, of course. A cyborg's visuals are often monitored by outside parties, much as we do with yours. This visual data can, of course, be recorded for later analysis. All with full video and all in the holographic memory in their left hands.
So you can just sit back and enjoy the movie?
Well, it's not always recorded, mind you. And even then, there's the issue of locating the desired data buried inside all that video. You might need to comb 10 days of recordings from 10 cyborgs to find a single person or document. That is 100 days of work. Even replay double speed, 50 days.
Can't you automate the search?
Of course. You can flag any time a certain face appears or if certain words are said. But the process is not perfect, and it still requires time, you know. Besides which, often one doesn't know what they are searching for until they find it. But should you ever require a search through your memory, Raiden, I would be happy to assist you.
Yeah, for a modest fee, I'm sure. I have to say, Doc, it's almost scary everything nanomachines are capable of. SOP, brainjacking.
Yeah.
Oh, but the cyborg is capable of even more.
Oh no.
I do. With nanomachines. You know this name has always bothered me, nanomachine. They are much more than smaller versions of existing machines. So much more. You cannot just take a motor and make it all teeny tiny, you know? A human chromosome is 10 micrometers long, roughly. A nanometer is 1/100th that length. These devices must be crafted at the molecular level to work at that scale. It is far more to do with molecular biology than mechanical engineering.
Okay, Doc, but where are you going with it?
It is, however, now possible to create proteins that simulate viral functions, effectively fooling natural human cells into taking on a wide range of less conventional characteristics, boosting strength or resilience, or even regenerative ability. Not to CNT muscle fiber levels, of course. After all, these molecules and proteins can only make use of the materials at hand. That is to say, the atoms that naturally occur within the human body.
I'm not sure I follow. Are you saying cyborg tech is already more advanced than nanomachines?
Well, not necessarily. But the potential for future growth seems much greater, does it not? Natural means can only rearrange what is already there. Boost one ability too far, and you might take away from another. If the human race is to truly evolve, I believe we must shed this DNA-driven organic flesh and exchange it for something far more functional. Cyborg technology seems better suited to this purpose, at least in terms of military applications. But then, who knows? A revolution in nanotechnology could be occurring even as we speak. Progress rarely takes the form we expect, you know? Such is the great frustration and glory of science. You must continue along, Raiden.
All right.
What's up?
Save.
Okay, so don't let your guard.
All right. Let's get back in it. What?
I should have guessed you would choose this route.
Shut up. Why don't you come down here, buddies? Oh, okay. I'm gonna need to get back to getting used to the controls again. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Come on! Back at it! Move, 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 move! Oh. There goes his left arm. Whoa! I just threw his freaking grenade back. Where the heck? Ow! What the fuck? Why did it make me look that way? What the... Aha! He's all blue. And he's dead. Cool. Hey, wait a minute. Is there anything here? Oh. Yes. 30 photo frame. There's something up there.
To get to the point, first make your way to the hotel roof.
I was in the middle of something. Like getting to the hotel roof. But no, he had to interrupt me. Ba-bum. Come on, back in the game. Come on, come on, come on. Get back in the game. Get back in the game. Come on. Who are you?
Dolzaev.
Uh-oh.
That woman.
Looked like she was laughing. She's looking right at me. Oh, shit.
Raiden, what's happening? Your heart rate spiked.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I just dodged a bullet. All right, I'm heading for the refinery.
I was hoping I could. Oh, hey, how's it going? Awesome. Uh-oh. Wait, what do you mean, wait? Fucking alert meme sound is from this game? Which one? Ah! Ah! There we go. I learned how to parry, bitch. No! You can't stop me now! Let's go for a rodeo! Yeah, ride 'em, cowboy! Let's go, baby! Time to make some choice cuts. Yeah! What YouTubers used? Huh. I have no idea. I could cut down that tree. Check this out. Wait. Look, look. It's counting all the parts that the tree is turning into. 34 parts, 43 parts, 45, 53. I once chopped an entire tree up to 3,000 parts. That's so cool, man. Oh, hello. Are we in Chernobyl? What the hell? No, it can't be. This is a different place. Right. Yeah. How do I get up here? Well, maybe I go through this building. Oh. He doesn't know where I am, right? He was just alerted. Yeah, that's what it looks like. How? What do you mean how? How what? How? How do I... Whoa. Whoa, hey, okay, cool. There you go. I'll save that for later, if I run into anything. I probably won't, though. Oh, hey, never mind. Uh-oh. Here we go. This is gonna bounce off your head. Excuse me. Uh-oh. No. I'll be taking those arms, baby. Yeah. Yeah, pretty no good, isn't it? Hada kitty. The spotted sound? The blimp. Yeah. What about it? Yes. Alright, we got everything. Before I go, I do want to slice this thing.
We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice. Right. The cliff is just ahead at the end of the old city. Beyond that is the refinery's backyard.
So what? It's a sheer drop? The refinery's not connected to the city at all?
No, it was only built 2 years ago. There should be a narrow path around there that leads to the plant. It is protected by a fence, but probably you can cut your way through.
Probably.
Don't get cocky. Most likely it is Desperado running security down there.
Ah, shit. What the hell are you? Ew. 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 Ugh. Disgusting. Ah! Get off me.
Watch out! They keep on coming.
Thanks for the heads up. Awesome. Yoink. Damn it. Not again. Ah. Ah. Yoink! That's mine. Ah.
Dolcev and his team must be in here. Find them.
Those are cameras. Cool.
Raiden, wait. There are active IR sensors in the area. Part of factory security, no doubt, but the enemy may be using it.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Thank goodness. It does it automatically. Whoa! Hello. Okay. Jesus, dude. Goodness, it automatically does the jumping for me. Shit. We'll leave that camera on, I guess. Man, stop. Whoa. I can't hurt that one. Oh shit. Ah, I missed the parry. Try again. Ugh. Whoa, hey! There we go. Got that one. That's one gun down. Please stop looking all over the place. Stay in one direction with your damn camera. Whoa! Jesus. I'll be taking that. Thank you. Nope. Yeah! Yoink. Oh no. Damn it. Not again. Damn. Shit. That guy had a freaking wombo combo, bro. Jesus. Hold on. Come on, break free. No, no, not again. Damn it. on, baby. Yoink. Man, that sucked. No flash photography achievement. Destroy all the gun cameras and file R01. Bam! Hey, what are you? Ooh. Yoink. Cool. Ooh.
Nice.
Whoa! Whoa!
Wonder where he learned that from.
I know where he learned that from. Bro. That's great. Say, there's some vents over there that I can get through. Aha. Endurance +1. Nice. Very cool. Very sweet. Very nice. Yes. That's not anything that I... That's not really anything, right? I'm going back for nothing, aren't I? Why is it glowing? Why is there still something here? Wait. Okay, yeah, it's gone. Ah! Oh. There's a downstairs. Woo! VR mission number 4. Swiggity.
I was wondering when you'd come, Jack the Ripper.
Hey.
Where is he?
Yeah.
I can show you a better time than that crusty old bear.
You're in charge here?
I am Mistral, the cold wind of France. And you, your reputation precedes you. Liberian, but white as snow. A natural-born killer, even as a child.
That was a long time ago.
I was born in Algeria myself, you know? I'm only half French.
And?
That's the half I want to cut off.
Civil War in the 90s. So you see? Cut from the same cloth, you and I.
You don't know me.
I lost my whole family. Everything. But I butchered those fuckers. My family's killers. That's when I realized I am a killer too. And a good one at that. I slaughtered dozens in Iraq, in Afghanistan. I'd found my calling.
Proud of that, are you?
What happened, happened. To be honest, I found it quite dull. My enemies fell like domino, one after another. Not once did I feel threatened. I was adrift, without challenge, without purpose. At times, I even envied my prey. At least they had a cause to die for. And then, I met him.
Who?
And I knew what I had been missing. His ideals gave my life meaning. Ideals, Jack. What are yours?
I protect the weak.
Still? So naive.
And if I must kill to protect them, then so be it.
It seems we have less in common than I thought.
You don't say.
I'll take that as a compliment.
If you would kill for your ideals, then surely you are ready to die for them.
What the fuck? What the hell is going on here? Ugh. What a stupid weapon. Shit! Ready for the parry! Come on, lady. You're not gonna like why they call me Jack the Ripper.
Let's have a little fun.
Doesn't seem like we're having too much fun. Gotta tell you, I'm not a big fan of letting other people join in on my kind of fun. I'm more of a one-on-one kind of guy. Ah! Come on, come on, come on, come on! Damn it, damn it, damn it! Ugh! Get this shit off me! Oh, don't worry. London Bridge isn't the only thing that's going to be falling down. As soon as you get down here. No! I refuse. Why do they sound like Jawas? I didn't know we were playing Star Wars. No! And so then I will. Until you're dead! Sure. No! Damn it! No! 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 Get that weak shit out of here. Gonna chop you into one piece for every man you slept with. Always. Nope. Joss. Nope. Sure it is. As cold as the winter snow. If you're as cold as ice, then you might as well shatter like it.
Mister, report! Your vitals are dropping.
I lost. So this is how they felt. Dying. For a cause.
Wait. No. Hold on.
I am sorry. He was too much.
I do not need apology. I need you alive.
But I know you will never fall.
What is this talk about?
The two won't go.
Je t'aime. Mister, you never...
She's not talking to you, idiots.
You killed her! You trial nuts! Murderer!
That's rich coming from you. It's overdose, I have. Surrender.
This is what she wanted. She had all those hands, and every single one of them were right over me.
Why would I surrender? You are exactly where I want.
Shit.
Built with Russia money to make Russia money.
Ooh,
It is no plan for outcasts. It is their prison.
But now, they will be free!
Oh boy.
Damn. Crazy son of a bitch.
Raiden? Raiden, what happened?
Bastard blew himself up.
I see. Time to get you out of there. We're sending a helicopter. Secure an LZ.
Understood.
Pole arm. Ew. I don't want that shit. Gross. No.
So you got some kind of disguise lined up, right?
All set.
Hope so. You'd be a little conspicuous just walking the streets.
Relax, Kev. I'll blend right in.
Yeah. Well, just get into the sewer system ASAP. Hopefully anyone who notices you will just mind their own business. You sure you want the K9000 there along for this one?
I had the good doctor make some adjustments along with the repairs.
Yay.
Remote piloting and AI wiping have been disabled.
I got a puppy.
Yeah, I say let's throw him a bone.
Wordplay. My exoskeleton resembles a canine. Canines enjoy bones. Amusing on 2 levels.
Let's go.
Yay, I got a new puppy.
cyborg? Ese sombrero. ¿Qué?
Adios, amigos.
¿Viste? Qué raro, ¿eh? Hay que hacer que no lo vimos. Vámonos ya.
Damn.
It's right. I'm in the sewer system.
All right, let's get started. Your mission's to investigate the Desperado-affiliated research center somewhere in that area. According to the intel from our client, the lab's been dumping illegal waste into those sewers. FYI, they're also involved with the cartels in human trafficking. Allegedly, anyway.
This just gets better and better.
Tell me about it. We need you to infiltrate the lab and find out everything you can. Of course, you'll have to find it first. We still don't know the exact location.
So I'm looking for anywhere the lab might hook up with the sewers?
Yep. If they're actually dumping waste, they've got to link up somehow. Find that connection, sneak into the lab, and see if you can find evidence implicating them on anything.
No problem. Stealth's my specialty.
Right. Well, we'll see.
Do we have any idea what kind of research they're doing there?
Not really. Maybe something related to all the people they're trafficking.
Like experimentation?
It's possible. First things first, though. Find a way into that lab. Oh, right. It says here the locals say black crocodiles live in those sewers, so you know, watch out.
Shit.
Black crocodiles? Could they be talking about UGs?
Maybe just an urban legend. But still, be careful.
I will scout ahead. You will provide backup.
Sir, yes, sir.
Commence operation. Right. Unidentified UGs are patrolling the sewers. Exercise caution.
Oh boy. What the fuck is up there? Oh shit! It's a big gorilla boy.
Better take out that UG quick.
Damn it! No! No! They didn't let me parry. Keep it going, baby. Keep it going. No! I don't think so. Try it again, monkey boy. Oh, looks like you're gonna lose another arm today. No, you're still going. Guess you want the legs done too. Not to worry. I've got just the thing. Oh, he just phases out. What the fuck?
I see a maintenance catwalk. Use it to conceal yourself if necessary.
How are things back in Abkhazia?
Thanks to the full efforts of the workers, power was restored in just 2 days.
Pretty impressive.
Nice.
Only the power plant is back online, though. Refinery itself will likely be out of service for months. Fuel sent from Supsa is being used to power the plant for now.
Just wish I could have stopped him.
Impossible without a sniper. And in our focus on anti-cyborg combat, we were unprepared. Thankfully, other than financial losses, few Abkhaz citizens were seriously affected. The plant workers had already been evacuated, and most were hired back on to rebuild the refinery. We received payment and are not being blamed for the suicide blast.
Good to hear. It should go a long way to help fix our reputation.
Duh. And even more good news. Desperado is down one of its top captains.
Let's hope they learned a lesson.
We can hope, but it is doubtful. We still do not know who is supporting them. Even if we shut Desperado down entirely, their backers could simply hire some other PMC.
Whoever it is, you really think they're interested in the pipeline? Who'd benefit besides the Georgians?
Hard to say. Whatever the plan was, it went up in flames with Dolzaev's suicide. The problem is that there are countless companies and governments profiting off the BTC pipeline. Whoever is behind it, they may be too big for a simple security firm like us to do anything.
Yeah, one thing we do know, though, is that Sundowner's more than just a pawn in all of this. We need to watch him. Trafficking or not, we need to stop their operation here.
Find the evidence, and perhaps we can do that. And Tovarich, be careful.
Does my stream look different than what I'm seeing on my game? Because I don't think those scan lines should be so big. Let me see. Oh no. It's fine. I think. Yeah, okay. It's just a little weird.
Have you ever worked with this client of ours before?
Duh. Several active human rights groups engage in non-violent interventions like this one. Typically, they hire firms like ours to provide security and backup. Most serious human rights abuses take place in unstable regions, after all. Legitimate human rights groups, not fakes set up by oil firm or such things, they cannot handle it.
Yeah. It's different for private groups working in hostile regions. Especially when some of that hostility comes from the local authorities.
Indeed. NGOs and security firms play a greater role in peacekeeping, too. You know, DDR business. Disarmament, demobilization, reintegration. Like the UN runs it. Usually, carrying weapons is not permitted for the group involved, for obvious reasons.
So outfits like ours run guard duty. If the locals don't like armed peacekeepers, then they pretend to be unarmed observers instead.
Duh. It's beneficial for the client if the locals are aware of the firepower backing them, though. I've drank tea with the sort of people my company would normally be pushing back with the butts of our rifles. It's very different from usual. More direct sort of security work, especially at beginning. But I got used to it. Less danger of unexpected conflict, and the pay is pretty good. We've built a good reputation for this kind of work. This is why NGO hired us for this job.
How are things back in Abkhazia?
Thanks to the full efforts of the workers, power was restored in just 2 days.
Pretty impressive.
Only the fuel impulse, and then our tank deployed. We we can even
whoever
the pro whoever.
Yeah, we need to
find and to.
This trial mentioned someone from her past. Any idea who that could have been?
None. I checked her file again, couldn't find a thing. Definitely not Dolzaev. Probably not Sundowner either.
No. The way she put it, it didn't sound like anyone I've encountered so far. Maybe someone involved in backing Desperado.
If so, sounds like they're
I
providing
think I know who it is.
Maybe they share the same philosophy.
That'd be bad. People willing to die for their leaders aren't so easy to predict.
Yeah, but other than the wins, Desperado's cyborgs are all just hired contractors. They're probably emotion suppressed with nanos or drugs or whatever, but that's about it.
You're probably right.
You know, I've never really developed a taste for climbing through sewers. And Guadalajaras aren't exactly wowing me either. This place isn't gonna go up in flames, right? I think I saw something about that in the briefing.
You're talking about 1992? What a mess. Over 200 people killed. That was almost a half-century ago, though. You smell anything off? Before the explosions, residents complained they smelled gas from the sewers.
I'm in a sewer, Kev. You think I've got my smell receptors on? Local air analysis doesn't show anything potentially poisonous or explosive, though.
Well, you ought to be fine then. Besides, little gas explosion's probably not gonna kill someone like you.
Well, that's very encouraging. Seriously, though, Guadalajara is not a bad place. At least from what I've seen.
Oh, it's not. Second largest city in Mexico, after all. I've actually spent a lot of time down there. Got a lot of charm. The architecture is a fusion of Latin and old colonial Spanish culture. The city's historic district is home to a massive cathedral overlooking the whole town. It's always bustling. It's a lot of fun just kicking back and watching the locals. Walking around the Libertad, taking in the sun with a cerveza in one hand, mariachi band nearby. No better way to spend a weekend, let me tell you.
If this PMC thing doesn't work out, you'd make one hell of a tour guide. Meanwhile, I'm down in this dark, filthy, humid, cramped sewer.
Also, if you ask me, the girls over
So
there
of
are the
course,
hottest
there
in
it
all
is.
of Mexico.
There
You
it
wouldn't
is.
believe some of the chicas I've chatted up. On the street, in the shopping malls, at the bars.
Every time.
Sounds like better company than a robo-wolf and a bunch of plague-ridden mice.
Nah, what's wrong with plague-ridden mice?
Well, hang in there. I'll
Other
buy
than
you a
them
shot
being
of tequila
plague-ridden.
after we wrap this up. The city of tequila's not far, actually. That's where it originated.
I'll take you up on that. Now let's get this over with. Hey, Kev, let me ask you something.
What's up? We've been over pretty much all the...
No. Those girls in Guadalajara, you never told me what happened.
Jeez, man, we're in the middle of a mission here.
So they used you for free drinks and then took off, I take it, huh?
Well, they weren't really my type.
Yeah, okay, yeah, right.
Intellectual, you know?
Right, yeah, you out of all people.
Looks are one thing, but I need someone I can talk to. Someone fun but clever with a good sense of humor.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Look, Kev, you're in your 30s now. It's time to stop holding out for Lil Miss Perfect. You just need to find someone nice. You know, settle down, start a family.
Okay, Mom. Okay.
Laugh all you want, Kev, but having kids will change your life. I can't see him all the time with work and all. But whenever I'm back home, he's always so excited to see me. When I see that, I feel like, you know, I want to do whatever I can to keep him happy.
Sure, I hear you. But look, man, I was just having some fun in Mexico. Wasn't seriously searching for a wife or anything.
I know, but separate from that, I just think you've gotten too damn picky. I can understand trying to find the ideal woman when you're young, but you know what? It's those little imperfections, those idiosyncrasies that keep things interesting in the long run. You come to appreciate that kind of stuff in a lifetime relationship.
Idiosyncrasies, huh? Like if she snores or if she talks loud during movies?
Well, not if she talks during movies. A man's got to have some standards.
Yeah, boy.
Hey, Kev, you have anything on that sword Sam was using? Didn't seem like your garden variety high-frequency blade.
Unless they're at least
It's
funny
not.
during a movie.
It's a samurai sword. The real deal. 16th century make. Handed down in his family ever since. Sam had it recast as a high-frequency blade. Doesn't say by who.
Is this something I need to worry about?
Maybe. You know the basics of sword making, right? The harder the metal, the better it cuts, but also the more brittle it is.
Yeah.
So a sword's got to be sturdy, but also just pliable enough to absorb shock without breaking.
Yeah.
Walking that line, striking that balance, that's what makes sword crafting an art. Japanese swords fuse different types of iron, each with different amounts of carbon. Different levels of flexibility, in other words. So the blade can be tough and razor sharp.
And that gets multiplied when the sword gets the HF treatment?
Yeah. Basically, the high-frequency upgrade sets the blade vibrating really, really fast, right? That vibration acts on the electron shells of atoms in the sword and the local electromagnetic field. When the EMF achieves resonance, the blade's bonding is strengthened. At a quantum level, it's like the entire sword is made up of the exact same particle type. It also disrupts any atoms it comes into contact with. Say, those that make up the target. Their electron clouds shrink from exposure to quantum decoherence at the Planck scale. In other words, it electrically severs the bonds that keep the target's atoms together.
You lost me around the EMF part.
And that's the dumbed-down explanation.
Yeah.
To be honest, even I don't understand all the details. Point is, an HF upgrade is like an amplifier. It multiplies what's already there. So Sam's badass blade might give him the edge. I mean, you know what I mean.
The original sword was really that good?
Sounds like it. Says here it's a Murasama blade.
Murasama. Sounds familiar.
One of the top 10 best-known sword makers worldwide. Easy. In Japan, He is legendary. They say his swords thirst for blood, that they choose who will wield them, you know, that sort of thing.
Ooh, now I really am scared.
I know, right?
Where the hell did Desperado get all these cyborgs anyway, Kev?
Hard to say. They're not as rare as they once were, but still. Of all registered PMC troops, we're still talking, what, 3% have enhancements? Maybe 5% tops. Mostly career military who got hurt on the battlefield one way or another. Getting their arms or legs back lets them keep earning a living. But most able-bodied soldiers are still reluctant to sacrifice their own healthy body parts. Plus, the surgery is highly specialized. Expensive as hell. Not to mention maintenance costs after that. Unless insurance is footing the bill, most guys couldn't afford enhancements even if they wanted to.
Maverick's got some cyborgs. What's their story? They all wounded in action?
Mostly. I heard a few saved up and paid for it themselves, but just a few. There is this one crazy blonde guy, though. I heard he asked for a full body conversion.
The Patriots didn't leave me much of a body to begin with. I just had Herr Doctor finish what they started.
You know I'm just giving you shit, man. Anyway, yeah. Looking at the numbers, cyborg soldiers are still a pretty small minority. Not really surprising when only contractors in developed countries are offered insurance. Third world soldiers get hurt out on the field, and that's all she wrote. They can't work as a merc anymore. Most times, they can't really work at all.
Well, Desperado's up to something, because cyborgs are definitely not in the minority here.
I've heard of some PMCs covering the cost of the surgery for their disabled. The mercs get their career back, sure, but the PMCs aren't exactly running a charity. These guys have to work to pay it off until the company at least breaks even on. Any cyborg breaks his contract early would probably be in debt for the rest of his life.
You think that's Desperado's MO?
I can't prove it, but sure as hell wouldn't surprise me.
We can talk to the wolf.
Right. Ambulatory unmanned gears detected in sewer network.
What? Desperado's already spotted us?
Negative. These UGs are not engaged in proper perimeter security. Even were the lab anticipating our assault, they would not set up patrols down here. It is too far from the lab to be effectively guarded.
So what are they doing down here?
Judging by their behavior, I believe they are gathering AI behavioral learning data.
Meaning?
With Neuro AI, there is no delineation between hardware and software. You cannot simply extract the learning data from one AI and insert it into another. In order to prepare a UG's AI for deployment, each must learn its duties on an individual basis.
So they're using a Mexican sewer as their training ground?
No, it would be impractical to implement on-the-field training for every AI in their force. In most cases, AIs are fed simulated data sets, plus feedback based on their chosen actions. Put another way, they engage in VR training.
So then why are they here?
I believe they are collecting data to improve upon their VR training code. To build a better VR regimen, they must go out in the field to experiment and gather data. It is probable they are using the sewers to help improve their AI's behavior in enclosed spaces.
That's the sort of subcontracting work this lab does?
It appears likely.
Oh, great. And here I was hoping the worst we'd have to deal with is toxic waste.
Unfortunately, not.
So what kind of deal does Maverick offer its contractors?
Oh yeah, I forgot you're full-time too. You never contracted with us?
Nope. Boris invited me on board the first time we talked about it. We've known each other since Area 51. Didn't have any reason to turn him down, so yeah. Never really considered the contract route.
Right. Well, it's actually pretty rare for guys on the ground like you to be full-timers. Most of Maverick's soldiers are contractors, just like with any other PMC. It just makes sense. After all, it's never the same job twice in this business. Each mission has its own requirements. Force size, skill set, all that crap. So generally, we contract out on a per-mission basis, or a fixed schedule for longer jobs. A lot of US companies are doing it that way lately, not just PMCs. Besides, a good contractor can earn more than most regular full-time employees. Definitely a hell of a lot more than regular military.
And if they want to quit, can they get out of their contract?
Yep. Of course, just up and quitting right in the middle of a mission would cause problems. Just like any other job, you know? We'd want some notice to settle on a new end date, but hold up. You're not thinking of leaving us, are you?
Just curious. You still busy with all that other work, Kev?
You know me, man. Kev of all trades. I got a lot on my plate. Briefing prep, arms procurement, client negotiation, HR, biz dev, accounting, you name it. Lately, though, I've been focusing more on sales and on-site coordination. Oh, and advisor work like this.
Never sleep, do you?
Things have been better since Courtney joined up, at least.
Speaking of Courtney.
I can't believe Dolzaev blew himself up.
Pretty common terror tactic. You don't usually see the leaders doing it, though. It's one thing to get your flock pumped up on the glory of dying for the cause, but it's not often they actually go through with it themselves.
You gotta have a public face, after all. The guy who gets to claim responsibility on the evening news.
In a weird way, Dolzaev showed some serious dedication. Not that I'm about to praise him for it.
Yeah, still a terrorist. A suicide bomber in the end.
If that's what you want to call him. Still, he kind of failed at it.
How so?
Well, all that explosion did was put a dent in Abkhazia's budget. More Russia's, really. They're the ones rebuilding the refinery. The coup didn't work out. He couldn't overthrow the government. He was barely a blip on Russia's radar.
So, you're saying the bombing didn't accomplish any of his goals? He did it just because he was cornered? Sounds more like just plain suicide.
Yeah. Probably wanted to end things with his own hands. Like a samurai committing harakiri.
Still not something to be commended for, though.
Yeah. Lumping him in with true warriors like the samurai just gives them a bad name.
Man, it's getting hot. I don't know if I want to keep on going right now. I kind of want to take a break. You know what? At least do this. Push it. Oh. No. Hey, perfect dodge, baby. Oh shit. Ow. 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 Well, I couldn't see him. What the hell? Aim. Aim. Come on, monkey! Ow. Oh my god! Come on! Ugh. That was not good. Oh, what do you mean destroyed? Oh, come on. Why did it instantly go down? Is it because I kept on slashing or something? Whoa. Ooh. Something's weird about that box. These are weird boxes. Okay. Nothing else, it seems. We'll come back to that.
I hope she didn't get to you. Wanting to protect the weak that's worth striving for.
Oh,
Don't
her.
worry. I've heard more than a few supervillain spiels in my time. Maybe we had some things in common in our past, but not anymore. I bring my beliefs into every battle I fight. You want to call me foolish? Well, that's not going to change me.
I'm glad to hear that, Raiden.
Yeah, thanks. Riding out.
Alright. That's gonna be it for now. We'll come back to this next time. But for now, I'm gonna go nap. And I'll be back when I can, you know. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you had a lovely stay, a relaxing one perhaps, or a fun one. Hope it was at least somewhat entertaining. But anyway, I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Bye, cheese.